Being a fraudster in Minnesota pays off. Look at this Gucci, this jewelry, all from my hustle.
Courtside at the Wolves game. This is the life.
If you're not on it, you're missing out.
Here you go, buddy.
Thank you.
And look what's inside.
Hey, check this out. My money printer is starting up. Yes, look at that cash printing. Thumbs up. I'm gonna be rich.
On the house, baby. Literally, my G.
Being a fraudster.
What's up, everybody? How's it going tonight? Sorry, I did post that I was going to be a little late. Turns out I got home in time to start the show. There was a family emergency. I was at the park with my youngest grandson today. And well, both grandsons and their mother and everything, and we're playing, and my youngest grandson fell and hit his head, had a giant like egg on his head. And so I had to take him to the hospital just to make sure everything was all right. They said he was fine, but it was a little scary. And so I didn't know if I was going to make it home in time or if I was even going to have a show or what. But, kids, I guess, are, resilient. They bounce back, stuff like that. So it was like right here in his head, like the size of like an actual egg on his head. So it was scary. But I want to thank everybody who's here. We'll do the news. We'll just be the same show, just like always. Cranium strong. Yeah, well, I'm hoping so. Well, thank you. Hey, Doc, Steve, Jonathan, Nanya, Miss Hacker, Homestead, good to see you. Sangaliant, HJ Remy. Everybody, thanks for being here. So we'll do the show just like we always do. We got a bunch of new stories to talk about. I'm going to start the goal up. I didn't have it set up ahead of time, but we'll start the goal up on YouTube. You guys know how that works. For every $100 in total that comes in across all platforms, we add an additional hour to the show. So the show could be as long as you want it to be. The show could be 2 hours, 4 hours, 5, 6, 8. You name it. You guys decide. I hit the wrong one. Damn it. So that's everything. It comes across all platforms: YouTube Super Chats, Rumble Rants, becoming a member or gifting a membership on YouTube or Rumble, or Locals Coins, memberships on Kick and Twitch, and also Cash App, PayPal, Coffee, Ko-Fi, or Super Tips. Man, my brain, I'm sorry. But yeah, so we're going to do quick like. I'll set the goal up on YouTube. There it is. We're good to go. Oh, come on. Seriously? Didn't take. I got to try again. try again. All right, finally. Oh, and I missed one. Came in for 10. Thank you so much, America First, for that. We'll get that right away. Thank you for the 10. Thank you. So with that, that means, folks, we are now just 90 away from adding a first additional hour and just 40 away from Bellavision. So sorry, I'm a little shook up today. So take me a little while. Your broke ass bought SpaceX today. Well, good for you. I wasn't able to get any. I wanted to, but I didn't. I had other things going on. Well, early in the morning did, but then that. Glad I'm here. Hope it's all okay now. Well, we'll see. They just said to keep an eye on him and make sure, as long as he doesn't start acting weird. I mean, he's only 16 months old, so you see a little kid that can't talk to you really yet and has an egg on their forehead. It's kind of it's scary. It's scary. But let's do this. Let's do this first. All right.
It is my tremendous honor and privilege to welcome to NASDAQ the entire SpaceX team in what stands as the largest public offering in the history of capital markets.
Today we make history again. Elon founded this company to build rockets and spaceships that will take humans to Mars, the moon, and even beyond.
And that's what SpaceX is all about, is to take the fiction out of science fiction and create an exciting, inspiring future for everyone.
Yeah. So SpaceX IPO, the largest ever IPO in history, went live today and immediately made about 4,000 people who work for SpaceX billionaires. All the janitors, all the people that work in the cafeteria, the people that work on the line, they're all millionaires now thanks to Elon Musk. Yeah, all the liberals chipping out over SpaceX on Twitter was glorious today. Oh, yeah, because, Elon could now buy the NASDAQ. Yeah, Elon Musk now has more money than the entire country of Canada. Yeah. Elon is richer than the country of Canada. That's something right there. Happy for the employees. You ain't kidding. You're 64 and no retirement. There you go. Yeah. Hey, there you are. Well, thanks, Sherry Gallon. Yes, I'm here. 150. I thought it went up to 160 something. No, what are you doing? SpaceX gains 20% historic IPO as Elon Musk becomes the world's first trillionaire. Closed at 160. Yeah. Long-awaited initial public offering happened on Friday as shares officially opened at 150 for a gain of 11%. Shares ended the day at 160. After touching a high of 176. On the other hand, that isn't really saying much. Yeah, what's up? SpaceX hiring? They could be. They're always hiring. I hope someone tells Elon not to spend it all in one place. Elon is not, and 95 cents. Elon is not one of those people. Elon is not one of those people. He lives he sleeps on people's couches. He doesn't live in big mansions. He's a guy, he's all about creating and building. He's not out there living like a rapper or something. So the offering makes Elon Musk, who leads both SpaceX and Tesla, the world's first trillionaire. Tesla shares fell modestly following SpaceX debut, but ended the session higher. Because people were probably moving money around, taking money out of Tesla. Elon lives in a shoebox. Yeah, he does. He's not one of those guys that flaunts his money. That his net worth crossed the $1 trillion mark after the debut is notable, given that much of his wealth is tied to the rocket and artificial intelligence company. His stake at SpaceX is worth roughly $866 billion. He doesn't have an underground bunker. I haven't heard about him having an underground bunker. He might, but I haven't heard anything about it. I haven't heard anything about it. And he retained overwhelming voting control after the IPO, giving him effective authority over SpaceX strategic direction. Yeah, he's keeping control of the company. He sold off minority, as they call it, minority shares, minority stakes in it, not majority stakes. So he's not making the mistakes that he made with other stuff. So, According to a new filing, Musk holds options to purchase 350 million Class B common shares at an exercise price of $8.39 a share. Wow. The Elon Musk Revocable Trust indirectly owns 526 million Class A shares. Wow. Another vehicle owns 7.4 million Class A shares. The offering was led by Goldman Sachs. Wow. Elon also owns the Boring Company. Yeah. Not need on it in Texas, perhaps a boat. It's kind of weird given all the kids he has. Yeah, and he's like as from what I want to understand, though, he takes care of all the kids, like monetarily wise. Goldman sucks. Yes, they do, Martin. So their president appeared on Bloomberg and said the offering was indicative of investor demand for funding all things related to artificial intelligence. Recently, SpaceX focused more on artificial intelligence than just putting rockets into space. Musk has talked about putting data centers in space using the company's rockets to get them there. The company also has AI-related assets, including its Grok chatbot and its Colossus data centers. Elon has 37 kids. My CD came due June 2nd, and it was at 3.5. Thank God I didn't roll it over because it's not much. There you go. Underground tunnels, yeah. No Stop AI. Bella looking very small today. She's she went and moved on. I'll get her. She's over here. Went and laid over there because the kids are still up and about. Bella was very worried about the grandson. She was like licking them and 14 kids from 4 women, but that's funny. I thought he had more than that. I thought he did because I thought he has kids that people that like I'm pretty sure that like I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that what's her face Amber Heard's kid is Elon Musk's kid. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. It also has increasingly positioned itself as an AI infrastructure provider, providing computing power to Anthropic and Google in separate deals, aside from its traditional businesses. Well, that's good. In launching the service of satellite and communications, Goldman recently said it expects SpaceX revenue related to AI to jump 100 times between now and 230. AI answers, Jim, not reliable. Yeah. Well, although the fact of the matter is that Grok is the most accurate AI. All the reports show that Grok tells you the truth more than anyone else. He has a kid and hands the mother 10 million. Yeah. He's like, here you go. Does he count the feminine one? I think he does count that as a kid, but he's very upset about that one, that mother basically murdered his son. Google's parent company Alphabet is a longtime investor in SpaceX. An unusual move, SpaceX priced 555.5 million shares at 135 apiece instead of allowing the book runners to determine the price based on supply and demand. Another sign of unusual nature of its offering is the heavy allocation for retail investors. Approximately 20% of the offering was granted to retail investors. See, a lot of times with IPOs, they don't let it out to the public. They give it to certain people. Then those people are allowed to sell it and do stuff with it, and they make the money. Interest from the investors reportedly topped $100 billion, including offers from outside the U.S. Asset managers BlackRock reportedly requested $5 billion worth of SpaceX shares, indicating heavy demand from institutional investors. In total, more than $350 billion in orders were placed, including $250 billion from institutional investors. For comparison purposes, artificial intelligence chipmaker Cerebras, which went public last month, increased its share price multiple times before the IPO and only had a few retail investors were granted an allocation, according to complaints on social media. Feisty told you about the stock. That's good. I mean, I don't know. In total, SpaceX raised $75 billion in the offering, which was reportedly oversubscribed by a factor of 4. Another sign of the unusual nature of the offering was that several Wall Street investment firms had already started coverage on SpaceX. Earlier this week, Oppenheimer put an outperform rating and a 190 price target on SpaceX, arguing Elon Musk's company is uniquely positioned to capitalize on the convergence of AI and communication and space-based computing. Wedbush Security said the offering is reflective of an inflection point between space and artificial intelligence. Overall, SpaceX is going public is an important movement for the broader tech sector, and it views it as an AI revolution. They also maintain its position that SpaceX offering will eventually lead to a merger with Tesla. noting that Tesla already owns a stake in SpaceX via its merger with XAI, which occurred earlier this year. Musk wants to own and control more of the AI ecosystem, and step by step, the Holy Grail would be combining SpaceX and Tesla in some way to give the connected tissue between both disruptive tech stalwarts looking to lead the AI revolution in this next chapter in the market. I mean, yeah, I mean, Elon, I think Elon wanted to take Tesla private, like just like he doesn't really, I mean, like he had to take Twitter private or buy Twitter or something, like control or something. He had to do something because of it. So the speed of the inclusion has prompted some concern from investment officials that the several larger public pension systems in the U.S., they have asked major investment providers to justify recent rule changes. And of course, Pocahontas, Elizabeth Warren, has asked the SEC to delay the offering. She argued the blockbuster offering posed unusual risks to retail investors due to its valuation, governance structure, and expected inclusion in major stock indexes. Yeah, so just remember, it's easy for Elon to have kids that we will never know about because a payment comes with an NDA. Yeah, he's probably got more. So many Americans have some exposure to SpaceX via ETFs owned by Kathy Wood's ARK Investment and mutual funds owned by Fidelity. With the initial valuation of $1.75 trillion, SpaceX is the most valuable company ever to go public. Alibaba went public in September of 2015 at a valuation of $169.4 billion, while Meta was valued at $81 billion, and Uber was valued at $75 billion. Yeah, I mean, here's the difference: is because those companies, they weren't making any money, they weren't providing services really. They were like, just burn and churn and going public like that. I mean, SpaceX is actually doing things, bringing money in. You know, they have satellites and doing all this stuff. So only a handful of companies have ever reached a rarefied air of $1 trillion, excluding Saudi Aramco, which does not trade in the U.S. The group is limited to names such as NVIDIA, Taiwan Semiconductor, Apple, Microsoft, Tesla, Broadcom, Amazon, and Walmart. Most of these names took decades to achieve such a financial feat. Elon can buy a citizenship for all of them. Well, I mean, he is a U.S. citizen, so his kids are all U.S. citizens. So, yeah. And then just Forbes just has $1 trillion. SpaceX IPO just made Elon Musk the world's first trillionaire. Rocket maker SpaceX began trading on the NASDAQ, boosting Musk's fortune to an estimated $1.1 trillion. I'd say it's higher than that. Because if they're saying that his ownership of what he owns currently in SpaceX gives him $835 billion at the offering price, and it's up from that, and he can buy like millions of more shares at like $8 a share, it's like, oh man, he's going. Yeah, Elon's been a citizen for like 30 years. Yeah, he's been a citizen since when he came here to go to school and all this stuff. Like, I'm pretty sure he became a citizen like right when he got out of school. Before, Forbes estimates that he's worth 1.1 trillion, up from 982 billion. I'd say I don't understand how they could say if it was 982 billion on Thursday, all right, and his share of SpaceX is 800 billion. Something's off with their computing here. With their math is off. Yeah. So Musk is the chairman and CEO and chief technical officer of SpaceX, owns 4.8 billion shares of the rocket maker, worth $767 billion at Friday's close. He has another $350 million in options, worth $53 billion, giving him a 38% stake in the company. But Forbes have been valuing his estimated 40% stake before dilution from the offering at around $500 billion. Oh, okay, so they were valuing it at $500 billion. Bella Butt Vision. I'm sorry, I'll fix it. Elon is an African American. Yeah, he's now the richest African American in history. The richest person in the world is an African American. That's amazing, isn't it? Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? Bella, what are you doing over there? Anyway, I'll pick her down because we haven't hit Bella Vision, so I'll just blow her down. It makes it a lot easier. I can hear her over there chewing on her. She's over there chewing on stuff. It's crazy. It's okay. We love Bella's butt. No one has more money than Elon. That's right. Elon has more money than some countries. Bella, what are you doing? Knock it off. Go lay down. Go get in bed. Man. Hey, Robert Gavea has rated the stream. Thank you so much to everybody coming over for Robert Gavea. If you're new here, if you've never been here before, it would be greatly appreciated if you would like and subscribe to the channel. I do these shows pretty much every night. During the week, I follow Rob pretty much every night, and except on Thursdays. Sometimes I go stream with Joe. And then on Saturdays and Sundays, I do the shows a little bit later. My Bio Blood. Hey, Rob, thank you so much. Hey, AZ Merce. Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here. We be here. Thank you, Dan Sundin. Great for having you. Greetings, everyone. Greetings. Very awesome. Very, very awesome. So, yeah, so Elon offered that out. TechCrunch just says Elon Musk becomes the world's first trillionaire after the historic IPO. He's got to be happy. He's got to be happy. CNBC, SpaceX market cap talks true million after shares rocket the company gained 19% on debut. So yeah, so he's was he even there with all these people? So it was a successful launch, no doubt about it. The public demand is there, so it's a good thing. So yeah, so that's happening. So it's good for Elon Musk. It's good for America. It's good for humanity. You know, this is going to be great for everyone. So yeah, so please, all the people who came over from Rob, if you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. If you haven't subscribed, I'm almost at 2,500 subscribers. I'm like 13 short of 2,500. So if you could subscribe, that would be great, because when we hit 10,000 subs on this channel, we will be doing a 24-hour stream when we hit 10,000 subs. So just keep that in mind. If you want to see me go crazy for 24 hours, get me to 10,000 subs. And also, if you'd like the show to continue beyond the 2 hours, 2.5 hours, we have a goal that we go every night for each $100 in total that comes in across all platforms. We add an additional hour to the show. And there's many ways to donate: Cash App, PayPal, Coffee, Ko-Fi, or Super Tips. There's also Rumble Rants, gifted memberships on YouTube and Rumble, Super Chats, Kick and Twitch memberships, and Locals coins. So he's a billionaire that's not trying to kill us like Bill Gates. No, he's a trillionaire now. Elon Musk is a trillionaire. He is a trillionaire. Don't mind me, he says. SpaceX is really the only cutting-edge space program in the world, and it's a private company. It's great, isn't it? It's great. Thank you, K-Bean. Thank you for doing it. I appreciate it. Yes. Wow, we have 616 people, 620 people here tonight. Wow. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. So what do you say? We'll jump into the second story of the evening. All right. Very good second story here. All right.
Guardians or parents, and typically under federal law, they're supposed to be housed and sheltered by the Department of Health and Human Services, and they stay in that agency's custody until they turn of legal age, until they turn 18, or a sponsor is found. And what the Trump administration is alleging here, especially under the Biden administration, the tenure of former President Joe Biden, is that many of these sponsors were sponsoring many individual children, multiple children, during multiple times of the year, including for nefarious reasons. In fact, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche said that potentially there are thousands of cases of what he calls super sponsors of unaccompanied children. Let's take a listen to what he said.
And these are dangerous and lonely paths from wherever they're coming into the United States. And many of them have had heinous crimes committed against them.
Blanche also said, Mugo, that some of these children were trafficked for labor or sex or otherwise victimized. Mugo.
All right. So, yeah. So what happened is U.S. charges 3 for alleged smuggling conspiracy involving unaccompanied minors. So the Trump administration has identified massive smuggling rings for unaccompanied minors to come across the border that happened during the Biden administration. And they've located what they're calling super sponsors. People who sponsor hundreds or thousands of kids and then basically send them off to go other places, into crime. Hey, Joe for 2 says the rally begun. The rally has. Well, thank you, Joe. That's right. So with that means we're now $88 away from adding a first additional hour to the show and $38 away from the Bellavision. Thank you, Joe. He put NASA and the European Space Agency to shame. Yes, he does. Elon would have to cash everything out to see $1 trillion. Well, yeah, but it's just going to keep growing and growing and growing. Like he's not going to go down. it's going to keep going. Yeah. What's up? How's it going, Ken Krause? Thanks for being here. Anne Marie, good to see you. CF Rob, hello. Duck Fat, good to see you. Who else is here? Anybody else that I haven't seen tonight? Hey, Little Galaxy, how's it going? Trafficking kids. Yes, they're busting the kid traffickers. They're going to get them. They're going to get them. The Justice Department announced on Thursday it's charged 3 people in Ohio for conspiring to smuggle unaccompanied minors across the U.S. border. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche said the indictment against Maritza Azucena, Keheko Kuk, and Carlos Keheko Kuk, and one other defendant is emblematic of a broader problem, in which fraudsters are often serving as super sponsors of 3 or more unrelated unaccompanied minors. Many of those children are then trafficked for labor or sex. This is gross. Can we all agree that what is needed is a massive wood chipper? When the government fails to protect our borders, it is the most vulnerable who suffer. The indictment unsealed in the Northern District of Ohio charges the defendants with 19 counts, including conspiracy to encourage and induce an alien to enter the U.S., making false statements, identity theft, and more. The Keheko Kuks are accused of submitting fraudulent sponsorship applications from December 2020 to October 2023 in order to gain custody of unaccompanied minors. A third person, Gladys Marina Kalchen, was also charged in connection with making false statements on a sponsorship application. Donut Mind Me says they can also be used for prostitution, and even if none of that, they are used them as cover to smuggle in their gang members so they can pretend to be fathers. Yeah, they say, these are my pajas. It's constant shenanigans. Democrats knew this stuff was happening. Yes, they did. They really did. Catherine K., hey, thanks for being here. Mark Wayne Mullen, the Secretary of Department of Homeland Security, alleged that the Biden administration was derelict in its duty by failing to vet the sponsors of the children and conduct wellness checks to ensure safety. Yeah, like they wouldn't even do the cursory like DNA testing and stuff like that. Like the Trump administration would say, wait, we need to be testing these people to see if they're actually related. They're saying that it's the mother, they're saying it's the father, but these people, they don't know the people. I remember in elementary school thinking a trillion was not a real number. Amazing accomplishment. It is. It is. It is. Yeah, I remember in elementary school when they were freaking out about our national debt being in the billions. Like, I don't think we hit $1 trillion until sometime in the 80s. Maybe I'm 80s. Maybe I'm wrong. But I swear it was like hundreds of billions. Lurch Langer, thanks for being here. That's right. Tap that like button. Please, definitely. They definitely didn't care yet. They didn't care at all. At all. At all. Yes, I mean, please hit the like button. You know, it really helps. If you hit the like button, it really helps push the show out to other people. It really does. It really, 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 really does. Fauci got kids through CPS. Yeah, Fauci's the Biden administration, under true neglect at best and criminal at worst, allowed 450,000 kids to go missing, adding that the Trump administration has so far located 146,000. That's right. Hey, Kofi 2A over there on the Kick. How you doing, buddy? Great to see you. It hasn't been that long since our national debt was $1 trillion. That's what I'm saying. I thought it was October 1981 hit 1 trillion. Okay. I was going to say, I could swear I remember like when it was like, oh my God, they were freaking out. But I mean, they were freaking out about, like deficits of 100 billion. Like, oh my God, we have $100 billion deficit. Biden started the migration with children only. That's when people were saying XXL underwear for children. Yeah, crazy. Hey, Jim, drop the like. Well, thank you, Glenn Croy. That's awesome. Don't know what I mean. Says October 22nd, 1981 is the date the national debt officially crossed the $1 trillion mark. Wow, wow. And for all the people, too, the people maybe that don't know, my show's a little different than other people's. I constantly look at the chat. I will address things in the chat. I will speak to the chat. This is a back and forth thing. I don't do it all at the end. I do it as we're going. So that's what's going on. If you want to have a question, put it in the chat. I'll answer super chats and stuff like that as soon as possible, like almost immediately, unless I'm in the middle of reading something. Other chat, I'll stop and read it as we go. I know some people don't like that, but so far everyone seems to like it. So that's what I do. No debt, it is theft. That's right. It's all theft. You have a good memory, Jim. Well, Jim is very interactive. Yes, I am. Yes, and hit the like button. Definitely, Dog Digger. Thank you. Thank you. The remaining 300,000 are still missing. Wow. Mullen and Blanche did not suggest, however, that there were any plans underway to target former Biden officials. Well, why not? Why aren't there plans to target the former Biden officials? If they were breaking the law, then target them. They couldn't have all got pardons. Yeah. They should be looking at the people involved in health and human services, the refugee resettlement for criminal prosecution. The ORR is the office responsible for caring for unaccompanied minors until they can be connected with sponsors in the U.S., typically family members. Yeah, padded gender hiding clothing. That's probably what they're doing. In like 50 years, we went from 1 trillion to 40 trillion in debt. It's crazy. Arrest them all. I agree. I'm not indicating past leadership right here. I'm not indicting past leadership, sorry, right here on the podium. But you can also not ignore what was an incredible dereliction of duty at best. Yeah, money printer did go burr. It has gone burr, and it just keeps going burr. The Biden administration is complicit in child rape. Every child that was raped coming across our border, the Biden administration is complicit. Here. I agree. DOJ, DHS, and HHS officials on Thursday said that they have determined there are more than 81,000 of the same addresses used to repeatedly receive unaccompanied minors. Repeatedly. Wood chipper 24/7 parked at a gas station. Yeah, then they would never run out of fuel. It could just keep running. Just keep running. Just keep running. Yes, follow Rob on X at CFRobW3. Yes. Great follow. He shares stuff with me all the time. The debt is fake. No, the debt is not fake. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying the debt is fake. I'm saying that the debt is because the government's all been money. They're stealing it. You'll name it Dory. Yeah, Dory the chipper. Yeah. They can go exploring. Dora the exploring. Doreen the explorer. I don't know. I'm trying for something. Won't let you share. Link's blue. You don't know why. Joe said it was. Oh, I never said the fraud is. I never said it's fake. It's there. It's just. It's something that's never going to get paid. I don't think it's eventually going to have to. It's eventually going to. Just keep chipping. Just keep chipping. Dory from Elmo. Just keep chipping. Yeah, there you go. Mine's name is Hungry Hippo. Hungry Hippo. I remember that game. Mm-hmm. Interest on $1 trillion grows quickly. Yes, from Finding Nemo. Yes, definitely. Angie Salazar, the acting director of ORR, told reporters that the administration also identified more than 76,000 instances where mandatory safety checks were missing, as well as 97,000 cases that lacked background checks. Wow. You like Hungry Hippo too? Yeah, it's a good one, isn't it? What's it say? Long time since I watched kids' cartoons. Yeah, well, I've got grandkids, so their cartoons are around all the time. The debt is going to bust one day. Well, that's the thing. It is. It's going to pop. Someday it's going to pop, and there's going to be nothing we can do about it. Every inspector general in the U.S. should be fired and investigated. Yeah. Nasera. No illegals, no fraud, no debt. Oof. Well, the fraud, I think the fraud is a lot of it. Hippo propellers matter. Yes. You still watch Looney Tunes if you come across them? Yeah. Salazar said that children who are the victims of crime, even those who are now adults, are eligible to apply for a U visa. The visas are typically granted to non-citizens who are victims of crime. Wait a minute. I'm starting to sense a pattern here. Like this might all be just, they're all victims of crime, so they all get to stay. The visas are typically granted to citizens who are victims of crime or have provided substantial assistance to law enforcement. I don't know about that. Then Justin News just says, Trump administration tracked down 146,000 unaccompanied migrant children lost during the Biden years. You like Mousetrap? Yeah. Millstone Neck, middle of the sea. Yeah, that would work. Legals also with health, housing, feeding, and fraud, second half of the debt. Yeah, well, that's a lot of it. These victims need to go back home. They should go back home where they've got people, their families. Like there's cases, like there's a case right now of a family that wants their kid back in like Guatemala. And these NGOs and these immigration people are refusing, are like blocking, having judges block letting these kids go back home to their families. Some of these kids were kidnapped. Some of them were kidnapped and brought here simply to use them to like get people across the border, smuggle stuff. And now they're basically being held in the U.S. because of judges. Tyrannical lower court inferior judges are refusing to allow these kids to go back home. It's crazy. Hey, it's King of Biltong. How's it going, Anton? How you doing tonight? Good night, everybody. Yeah, so how you guys feeling? You guys hungry? You guys need a little snack? You need a little pick-me-up? If you do, you might want to check out King of Biltong over at www.biltongusa.com. That's www.biltongusa.com. They have all your needs when it comes to biltong, all right? 50% protein. They have all different flavors. They got ghost flavor, peri-peri. They've got Wagyu, Angus. Check it out, all right? Use promo code JIM to save 10%. You want a great gift for a Father's Day gift for your dad or your husband or your significant other, get them a couple bags of the biltong at 10% off. They also have a whole bunch of other stuff, which I like there. They're great snacks. They have cookies and cakes and candies from all around the world delivered right to your door. It's a great American company run by great Americans. Check them out. King of Biltong, www.biltongusa.com. Tell them Jim sent you. Promo code Jim will get you 10% off. Pepe approved. That's right. They manipulated the interest. Yes, they did. The harder I work, the more sweat, the angrier I get. All it's BS. Yeah, well, it is what it is. What's it is, it is, it is. But you got to do what you got to do. You got to just keep moving. You just got to keep going forward. You got to think of that wood chipper. You got to think of Dory, the wood chipper. Just keep chipping. Just keep chipping. It's stuck in my head now. So, yeah, Homeland Security Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen told reporters that the Trump administration is located 146,000. We saw that. Major cities such as New York and Los Angeles have refused to cooperate with federal immigration enforcement as a result of their sanctuary city policies. If you can't stand for law enforcement to go find these kids, who are you? Who are you? And do you know where we're finding most of them? Sanctuary cities. In August 2024 report, Department of Homeland Security Inspector General said the Biden administration had lost hundreds of thousands of kids. Between fiscal years 2019 and 2023, more than 448,000 unaccompanied minors were held in facilities, and they've now lost them all. They can't find them. They can't find them. They were transferred to HHS for resettlement. Of those, 291,000 were never issued notices to appear in federal court after they were received by HHS. And 32,000 never showed up for the court dates. The rest are considered missing. Wow. That's crazy. That's nuts. Where can I watch the UFC thing at the White House? I don't know for sure yet. I think it's only on Paramount Plus. I don't know. I can't believe they're not going to have to offer it free. Like that the U.S. government's not going to be like, no, you gotta kind of do this free or something like that. Same thing, New York Post. DOJ charges 3 with wide-ranging conspiracy to smuggle migrant kids to the U.S. So, Justice Department announced on Thursday that 3 illegal immigrants sought to smuggle a dozen children into the U.S. Guatemalan nationals took part in a wide-ranging conspiracy, submitted bogus sponsor applications. 2 of the defendants, Cahoc Cock and Carlos Agustin Cahoc Cock, enlisted a 3rd defendant in a conspiracy where she fraudulently sponsored and smuggled children into the country. The crimes started in the kids' original homeland. Deport them all. I agree. I do agree. Deport them all. Seems to be a daily grind for your teeth news. Oh, I saw this. I saw this story, man. That's brutal. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Good evening from Houston. Well, thank you. I believe there was a shooting today in Midland, Texas. So this is good. The U.S. identifies the super sponsors of migrant children and a prosecution tax. So this is good. We need to identify these people. All these people need to be deported. I mean, every illegal alien needs to be deported. That's my opinion. That's my belief. If you're not here with legal permission from the U.S. to be here, you have to go home. Please hit the like button and participate in the chat. It soothes the feeble minds of the soy people at YouTube. Yes, it does. It really does help. There's all types of things you can do in the chat. You can hit like these things on the side and make like hearts or smiley faces or something. And, if you hit the like button, it does really help a lot. I mean, there's over 500 people here and there's only 71 likes. I mean, can we just hit the like button? Pretend it's like for every person that hits the like button, that is one person that gets deported. That's one illegal alien that gets deported. For everyone that hits the like button, it's one illegal alien that gets deported. So, I mean, why wouldn't you want to do that? Don't you want more illegal aliens to get deported? I Isn't that what you want? You know, isn't that what you want? Midland shooter was a white named Victor Mata Villarreal. Yes, very white, very white, very white. Every last one, chipper or play ride, your choice. Yes. It was just humor. There you go. I'm cool with deporting legal immigrants too. Hey, well, you know, we got to start somewhere. We need 45 million more likes. It would be nice. You hit it 500 times. Let's just keep hitting it. Just keep hitting it. Just keep hitting it. All right. Let's keep hitting it. Because I got some good news. Well, I think it's good news. Next story is some good news, in my opinion. The U.S. is pulling a large chunk of jets and tankers from refueling tankers from NATO bases in Europe in a move that surprises absolutely no one paying attention. That's right. Yeah. Hit the plus sign over there in Rumble like you're voting in a Cali election. That's right. That's right. Midland's about an 8-hour drive from Houston. Well, I know Texas is a huge place. It's just I kind of tied it in. We're going to get to that story though. There was a mass shooting. The guy was held up and they had to take him out. Hi ho, off to the wood chippers they go with a do. It's all good. I'm angry. It also doesn't mean I'm dumb. No, I know. I got you, man. I got you. Repost worked out. Well, thank you so much, B-Hops. Thank you. Yeah, we're going to save a lot switching to Geico. We could save a lot. Could be good. Yeah. So the U.S. is planning to significantly slash the number of fighter jets and warships it feeds into the NATO machine in Europe. The reported cutbacks hit right as the panicked European nations scrambled to patch up their own defense capabilities, though long expected given President Trump's somewhat adverse relationship with the NATO alliance and fiercely critical rhetoric continuously directed at Brussels. European capitals are deeply concerned given they are under the shadow of the Russian-Ukraine war. They're under the shadow. Only the shadow knows. European capitals are under the shadow. Yeah. There are feds in the chat, and I have trust issues. Oh, yeah, I'm sure there are. I'm sure there's feds. Paramount Plus is correct. That's what I thought, Paramount Plus. Hey, holy fuck, my shit stinks. What's up? How you doing? Great to see you. You saw the fountains in the World War Memorial today, but not the UFC. Was the fight today? I'm so like out of it. Is tonight the fight? Executive Order FAFO. That's right. There's some B-52s getting fueled from a KC-135 or something. KC-35, 130, something like that. Super tankers. I don't know. Brian would know if he was here. Brian's my expert when it comes to airplanes. Fight is Sunday. Okay. No, it was a preview. All right. Thank you. Sunday. Come to the fight Sunday. Here on the west lawn of the Capitol of the White House. That's not the shadow that burned Brussels the other day. It was their policies. You're right. 100%. Ungrateful deadbeats. They are. They're ungrateful deadbeats. Geico is the prejudice of single mothers. Washington is officially out of patience, while Trump has openly mocked the alliance as a paper tiger and labeled its members cowards, earlier venting his frustrations over Europe's refusal to jump in to the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran. Well, they should do something. Hey, look at this. Got a $5 donation over here on Cash App. Thank you so much, Lurch Linger, for the $5 on Cash App. That means right now we are $83 away from adding a first additional hour of the show and just $33 away from Bellavision. Yes. And it looks like King of Biltong gifted some memberships over there on the over in the Rumble. Let's see what he did here. Got a rant here. Oh, look at this. Yeah, we had a raid from Robert Gruler, which is Robert Govea, and also 2 gifted memberships from King of Biltong. One went to Dog Digger and one went to Lil Galaxy 56. Well, thank you for both. Wow, that's for 2. That means right now, folks, thank you so much, King of Biltong, and welcome to the not a cult or something. I don't know. Welcome to the JimSomniacs. That's right. You're a new member of the JimSomniacs. So now we're 73 away, folks. Just 73 away from adding a first additional hour and just 23 away from Bellavision. That's right. Thank you so much. Yes. Yeah. American Jane, you brought it on yourself. Well done. Yes. Dog Digger was gifted a membership. Thank you, Dog Digger. And so is this guy. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Bump. Yep. So let me do this. Get back to the story. I'm trying to keep things moving tonight. Fast. Do it fast and loose. Keep everybody engaged. According to two unidentified senior European officials cited by the New York Times, Washington's upcoming retreat, they're calling it a retreat. It's not a retreat. It's a take care of yourself. You know, you got to take care of yourself now. Includes drawing down a number of U.S. fighter jets supplied to Europe by 1/3, as well as cutting all 8 aerial refueling tankers conventionally provided, as most of the Pentagon's refueling tankers are currently in Tel Aviv, and drastically reducing maritime reconnaissance aircraft. Yeah, they got to start taking care of themselves. Looks like Iran deal is going to be signed. How would it be enforced? I don't know. I don't know. I'm seeing different reports. I was watching 2C TV earlier, and they were saying that it was off again. So I don't know. I'm telling you, I'm going to hire a personal injury attorney, and we can file a class action lawsuit for all the whiplash we all have. Because, you know, I should just do the stream wearing one of them neck braces from all the, we're at war. We're not at peace. War, peace, war. Just get it done already, man. Just get it done. Many nations participated in the COVID nonsense. At some point, countries will seek financial recompense. I think there will be some financial agreement, but no idea what it's looked like. Could be, could be something. Definitely. I don't want to talk to the feds on advice of my attorney. Yes. One prime military asset slated to be reallocated, including a missile launching submarine, an aircraft carrier, a group of bomber aircraft, and a handful of jets and warships. All of this was already previewed and leaked, but the fresh Times reporting provides further confirmation. Refuelers brought to you by the great state of New Hampshire. Anyone encouraging any violence in chat brings up a Fed red flag to me. No encouraging violence. We don't want to do that. Don't do that. We don't need we don't need any more eyes. I'm already on enough lists. Okay, I don't need to be on any more lists. I love you all, but please, no more lists unless it's like a birthday list, like a list, like presents you want to send me, and that's cool. It's a good plan. Unnamed source is short for bullshit. Yeah. The writing has been on the wall for weeks, given that the U.S. European Command explicitly stated this month that it would reassess Washington's contributions to NATO. Oh, we got another donation over there on the Cash App. Thank you so much, Christine, for 20 on Cash App. And I believe that puts us now to be, all right, we're just going to do this. We're just going to activate Bellavision because we're $3 off of Bellavision. I'm going to call that good. And then we're just going to say that we are now just $53 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. That's right, just 53 away. Thanks, everybody, for the generous donations. Oh, you'd feel snubbed if you were not on the list? Well, I don't, list, pish, pash, list, smash. I don't know. I mean, it is what it is, what it is. Thank you so much, Christine, and everybody for the wonderful donations. You're so generous. It's greatly appreciated. Keeps the show moving. The show works on your generosity, and the more you give, the longer the shows are. So it's totally up to you. However long you want the show to be. The show is audience driven. Did you see my question on Cash App? No, let me look. Hold on. Any word on Thune staffer quitting and whistleblowing? No, I didn't hear anything about that. I will look into that. I will look into that. Thank you. I will look into that. We featured previous reporting, which outlined a new U.S. framework for defense of Europe based on mainly just providing nuclear deterrent rather than broad military support it is historically guaranteed. What does it say? Schneider Stune Wastian was caught in the bathroom with James. What? He was caught in the bathroom with James Talrico? Are you serious? Wow. Wow. Oh, look at this. We got a 5. Rumble likes work just like on YouTube. That's right, please. Yes, please check it out. Do them all. Rumble, YouTube. Do it all. Do it all. Right now, we're just 48 away, folks. 48 away from a first additional hour. This could be a long Friday night. This could be as long as you guys want. I have a whole heap of stories. A whole heap of stories to talk about. With the senator's pants down. Are you serious? Are you joking with me? Are you joking with me? Never put a tent up with your stepdaughter when you're drinking tequila. Uh-oh. That sounds, I know you didn't intend that to sound creepy, but that sounds a little creepy. Yeah, that sounds a little creepy, right? You're on the list for various reasons. No, you made it up? Okay. All right. From what I found, the news story is false. I believe all you guys. The tent's deformed. Okay, the tent is deformed. I thought, man, I was like, whoa, what's going on? You know, people talking about pitching tents with their stepdaughter. I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. She trapped you inside. While NATO leadership officially portrays the move as a way to reduce overdependence on the U.S., European diplomats find the requirements far more severe than anticipated. Yes. You don't believe me. Oh, I believe you, buddy. I believe you. I believe you. You're my friendly neighborhood turtle. The staffer story is false. Okay. It's not weird. Okay, no, I understand. I'm just saying it sounded. I know I said you didn't intend. I rule. I know you didn't intend on it sounding weird. It just sounded a little, I don't know. But maybe it's just because I'm weird. I don't know. I was happy I could get on an airplane a few months ago. Wasn't sure about that list. For fuck's sake, they put Tulsi on that list. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. We're going to talk about Tulsi. Tulsi's going out. Like, I don't want Tulsi to leave. I want Tulsi Gabbard to stay on. I do, as DNI. I think Tulsi is, like, Tulsi and Marco Rubio are like neck and neck for the, and Pete Hegseth. Those three are like the best picks that Trump made. I can't think of anybody better than those three, honestly. And she's killing it. She's killing it with what she's doing. So reportedly in the secret meetings, some representatives even interpreted the U.S. insistence on rapid compliance as an indirect threat towards those who failed to act quickly. Should have ended with, want to go camping? Uh-oh. They're doing just fine. I was about to search the story. Unfortunately, anything is possible. That's what I'm saying. Anything is possible these days. You don't know. You don't know. Like when people, if a couple of years ago, if people would have told me there was politicians out there saying that the kid deserved to be stabbed and he only got stabbed once, so what's the big deal? Like, I would have said that's insane. No politician would say that. But here we are. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Here's GB News. This is a very who's DNI? DNI is the Director of National Intelligence. Tulsi Gabbard is still technically the DNI. I don't want her to leave. I want her to stay on. And they're appointing this fucking guy, this Jay Clayton, a guy who's the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York. So he's definitely a swamp dude. What's paid, Little Galaxy? What's paid? What's paid? I missed something? I would vote for North Dakota for ex North Dakota for governor. Yeah, you know what she was. I don't understand like some of the stuff she did, but she was doing a good job on the illegal aliens, as far as I'm concerned. You know, that's what I was saying. Donald Trump to cut U.S. fighter jets in Europe by a third, and yet another blow to Britain's defense woes. Whoa! Bill Pulte is acting DNI, Gnostic Shaman. I thought that got pulled back. I thought there was some stuff that pulled it back. And Trump now appointed this guy named Jay Clayton, who's the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York. Bella, 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 Bella. Yeah, Swamp District of New York. It definitely is. Jay Clayton. Yeah, I'm not happy about this guy. I don't like anybody that could get that didn't get, that was able to get past the blue slip from Schumer and Gillibrand. You thought Tulsi was out. She is, but not until June 30th. Not until June 30th. Not South Dakota. Oh, who's North Dakota? I don't even know. Honestly, Trump just nominated him. Yeah, I don't even know. The president previously alluded to leaving the alliance after criticizing allies for over-relying on American military power. Well, yeah, they need to start paying for their own shit, man. They need to start paying for their own shits. The U.S. cannot be supporting all this. Bella, lay down. Lay down. Be a good girl. Thank you. What's up, B Hops? What's going on? Bill Pulte starts June 19th. I think it's the 30th that she's supposed to be leaving. That's what I remember. Kelly Armstrong, North Dakota. Oh, okay. I don't know. Jim did a oops. Okay. You heard Tulsi's last day will be the 19th. I swore on her announcement it was June 30th. June 30th was her last day when she originally announced it. 71999 says, I'm here with my 1-year-old goddaughter or granddaughter, and I'm not sure. And send my love to you because there's nothing like it. Kids are rubber. They do much better than we do. Oh, yes. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm hoping everything will be fine. Bella, you meanie? No, she's fine. She's fine. She's apparently splitting 2 weeks early. Uh-oh. Wow. It's also planning to reduce the number of warships. The move would hinder NATO's long-range strike capabilities. Plans include reducing the number of F-16 and F-15E fighter jets from 150 to 100. Yeah, they don't need all them. Pajama top and slick back hair tonight. Oh, yeah. This is not a pajama top, man. This is a nice shirt. Cutting down naval reconnaissance from 26 to 15. The U.S. aims to also cut one of the 2 groups of bombers and redeploy a submarine and an aircraft carrier. Good. Does British Defense Ministry just resign? Yeah, I saw that the Defense Minister of Great Britain resigned because he was upset that they were not actually funding their military correctly. And because of the stuff that happened where they don't have any submarines that they can put out to sea. And they basically don't care. They don't care. Americans Eastern Command said in a statement that it was going to right-size its contributions to NATO. I thought Clayton was going up for DNI and Pulte was acting DNI. Yeah, no, Clayton is going up for DNI. Pulte was supposed to be acting. Pulled covers down until a replacement passes the Senate. Okay. Say submarine again. Submarine. Pulte pulled Pulte down. Okay. Tulsi Gabbard initially said she would leave June 30th, but bumped up the date after speaking with Bill Pulte and Trump. I was hoping Tulsi would just stay. That's what I was hoping. I was hoping Tulsi would just stay. Just stay, Tulsi. Just stay. Just don't go. Just don't go. Wow. I mean, I hate to have to keep asking everyone to just hit the like button, but we got less than 100 likes, and we went from 600 people here to 400. So 200 people left and never even hit the like button. The yellow submarine, and we won in the yellow submarine. Yellow submarine. Yellow submarine. Pulte is connected to Q. Huh. She's leaving because her husband is sick, right? Yeah, but supposedly now they claim that the operation was completely successful, and he's going to be making a full recovery. So maybe. Iran says an agreement has never been closer. Well, that's good, but then again, was there ever? That could be true because there was never close to an agreement at all. They were always playing us. There is no free public viewing of the event at this point. Requires an $8.99 a month Paramount Plus membership. Oh, that stinks. That stinks. King of Bill Talk says, I like Tulsi. I like Tulsi too. I like her a lot. You blame the wood chipper? Well, why? How could you blame the wood chipper? The wood chipper didn't do anything wrong. The wood chipper's just doing its job. It's just chipping. That's all it is. That's what Abbas Aragachi said. Okay, thank you. That made your night. Okay. Trump said his administration has repeatedly accused, Trump and his administration have repeatedly accused allies of underinvesting in their military, which is 100% true. He also teased the idea of the U.S. revoking its NATO membership. It got 200 of the viewers. What does that mean? Oh, it got 200. Okay, the wood chipper took out 200 people. Okay, I got it now. Thanks. I just hit the like button. Thanks for the reminder. Well, thank you. Please hit the like button. It's good. Tulsi did her job. She got other things to do. Is still a reliable witness. Yeah, I agree. Can you mention Ketanji Brown? I'm not what a woman is. And chirp. I don't have the chirp. I don't have a chirp. I need to get a chirp. I'm gonna have to get a chirp for my soundboard. I don't have one. It had carbide heads. They exploded. Oh my God. That's terrible. Iran lies. I don't believe anything they say. Yeah, me too. I don't trust them either. I don't trust them at all. Like I said, speaking of atoll, we should turn Karg Island into the next bikini atoll and be like SpongeBob's Island, you know. Jabs have been made by the U.S. since the Middle East conflict started over the lack of European involvement. The U.S. is hit back by threatening to drop out of NATO, to which they say other members relied too heavily on American military. Well, it's true. Hexas swiped at European nations after praising Asian states for boosting defense investments. Yes, what's this? Zach Polanski suggests Palestinian activists who broke off their spine. What? When our interests diverge, we adjust pragmatically without the drama or moralizing. I think Western Europe might take note. The revelation of the U.S. promised military cutbacks is another blow to UK's defense woes. As of yesterday, Sir Keir Starmer had two resignation letters on his desk. John Healey and Al Carnes. Former Defense Secretary John Healey first stepped down yesterday afternoon, citing Sir Kerner has been unable and the Treasury has been unwilling to commit the resources needed to defend the nation. He continued to say that the Prime Minister's Defense Investment Plan, the DIP, falls well short of what is required for defense in the country at this dangerous time. You want me to ask you a question? Life Tehran goes on per video. Maybe that is not true either. Maybe. Salty had a chirp on a soundboard and viewers said it got their dog very upset. Okay, I'll have to remember that. He continued to say the Prime Minister's plan. Okay, yeah. Later in the day, Armed Forces Minister Al Carnes also announced that he would be resigning from the front bench. Mr. Carnes accused the Prime Minister of asking our armed forces to operate in a more dangerous world on a budget written for a calmer one. Hey, look at this. Clue Battery gifted one membership. Thank you so much, Clue Battery. And it says that Zizzy was gifted a membership by Clue Battery. Thank you so much, Zizzy. Thank you so much, Clue Battery and Zizzy. What happened there? That's not what I wanted. Not what I wanted. There we go. That's better. Thank you so much. With that means we are now $43 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. See how that works? We're just 43 away. $43 more. We add another hour. Thank you so much. Can someone translate to American front bench? That means they're like, leading it. They're sitting at the front. Like you think about it like a backbencher is somebody who's not really doing something, front bencher is somebody who doesn't get charged. Yes. Thank you. Uncapped Turtle. Yes. Let me tell everyone what the problem is with these European nations. They would rather spend money on social programs rather than paying for their own security. Yes. The walls are closing in on Keir Starmer. I hope so. I hope something else will close in on him. Closest to the Speaker of the House of Commons. Is that what it is? It has to do where they sit. Oh, yeah, that's right. Because depending on where they are, it's where they sit, right, in the House of Commons. That's right. The absence of the DIP has left British companies who are contracted to government to supply military infrastructure in the dark, unable to plan for future demand. Mr. Healy's parliamentary private secretary also quit The prime ministers refused to set out a timeline for spending the 3.5% of GDP on defense. This is a promise he made to President Trump during a NATO assembly last year. Freeloaders is what they are. Yes. Freeloaders. He also refused to outline when defense spending would reach 3%. Healy also was expecting an $18 billion increase in defense over the next 4 years, but this figure fell short, and he was offered only $13.5 billion. These figures fall significantly short of the $28 billion funding hole required for the military's defense spending plans. The lack of investment and mismanagement of defense is putting the UK's membership in NATO at risk. Sir James Everard, who was NATO's Deputy Supreme Allied Commander for Europe, said, for those who measure true capability and warfighting readiness, the UK's standing in NATO is at an all-time low. All-time low. Emerald Eyes says, some say Tulsi was the leaker. Well, I would think, here's the thing, Emerald Eyes, if Tulsi was the leaker, wouldn't there be much better things she could have leaked than what was leaked? I mean, the stuff that was leaked was stuff that she would come out later and deny. Pat Hacker says, Tulsi was not the leaker. Yeah, I don't think Tulsi was the leaker. I just don't have that feeling. She doesn't seem greasy like that to me. Same thing here from the AP, just says, NATO weighs options to defend Europe as U.S. plans for conflict elsewhere. See, they kind of, there's more than one leaker. Yeah, definitely. Vote restore. That's right. Vote restore Britain. Vote restore. All right. And since we were talking about Tulsi and all this stuff, we might as well just do this now. Tulsi Gabbard's releasing intelligence revealing that evidence over the past U.S. government funding of more than 120 biolabs in over 30 countries. Over 30 countries. Tulsi gives me a feeling, waka, waka, waka. Some said, who said? That's right. I love Tulsi. Yeah. The deep state is just attacking Tulsi. That's right. Did you know if you put all the European nations together, you'd have the population of over 700 million people? Wow. Amazing. Amazing. In support of Trump's executive order to end funding of dangerous gain-of-function research and increase transparency, ODNI will continue working with partners across the globe.
After months of searching through intelligence community holdings and files, today I'm releasing new evidence of long-standing U.S. government funding of more than 120 biolabs in over 30 countries. Now, these biolabs include labs in places like Ukraine, which could be at risk of compromise due to the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war. In fact, the intelligence community had previously warned that a U.S.-funded biolab in Ukraine likely housed dangerous pathogens and remained vulnerable to longstanding threats of Russian attack, seizure, or damage. Now, until now, evidence regarding the full existence and funding of these laboratories had been knowingly withheld from you, the American people. Many of these U.S. government-funded biolabs are currently or have previously engaged in research using hazardous and highly contagious pathogens, and in some cases included dangerous gain-of-function research.
I don't believe this is AI. This is posted on her. She posted this. Yeah, Russia wasn't lying. That's right. Russia was not lying when they said that they were going in because there was, biolabs in Ukraine where they were doing stuff they shouldn't be doing. And the U.S. has a history of doing stuff like this. Let's be 100. All right. Let's keep it 100 for everyone. All right. The U.S. has a history of doing this, doing shit that they're not allowed to do in the U.S., doing it other places to get away with it. Doing dangerous shit. That's right. Doing dangerous shit places they shouldn't be doing it. Why is she just releasing evidence? When is someone going to be arrested? I agree. Or start arresting people, but that's not, she can't arrest anybody. She can't. It's a shame Fauci will never see the inside of a prison. It is. It's a shame that he got a pardon. Zixi says, I think the biolab info was already out there. I distinctly recall the Ukrainian labs. Yeah, they tried to deny it, though. They tried to say it was a conspiracy theory when it came up before. Someone brought it up. Oh, Bella's making her bed. She's making her bed. Doop-a-doop boop. Doop-a-doop boop boop. Bella boop boop. Boop-a-doop. This is 100% AI. You think this is AI? Okay. Old dogs need mommies too. Yes, they do. It's ominous. It is kind of ominous. I'm wondering what's going to come out. Kevin, there was 0 questions as AI. All right, Kevin, I don't know. I'm starting to question your judgment. Starting to question. Pay attention to the diseases on the list. They are diseases that spread through animals in our food and are transmissible to humans. Yeah.
With very little visibility or oversight. Now, President Trump clearly understands the serious threat dangerous gain-of-function research poses to the American people. And this is why he took decisive action over a year ago. On May 25th, 2025, he signed an executive order to end federal funding of gain-of-function research around the world. Here at ODNI, I issued new guidance to the intelligence community directing increased collection on these laboratories and facilities overseas. And we're already seeing the results of this increased collection. We're learning new details, for example, on clinical trials that are underway at these facilities and that are raising significant ethical, financial, and security concerns regarding the supposed public health initiatives and U.S. national security.
I can tell you, if you look at her hair, specifically, the light shining through her hair, the shadows, the way it reflects, and AI would have a very hard time doing that, in my opinion. A lot of different shenanigans are happening in Ukraine. That's right. A lot of shenanigans in Ukraine. Victoria Nuland is an evil witch. Yes. If it were AI, she would refute it. Yeah, definitely. Stars on the flag look wrong. Okay. If it isn't AI, it's heavily filtered to a comedic degree. Too realistic. Yeah. Sounds like communism. Okay. Yeah, that's not AI. I don't know. I don't think it is. I don't think it's AI. Victoria Nuland was trying to destroy Ukraine biolab documents. Senator Barry Obama helped set them up. Biden helped finance them. Yeah, you got to get his 10%. Joe is 100% right. Losing her is something Trump should have fought and tried to convince her to take leave instead, in my opinion. She can't arrest, but she can put pressure on DOJ to act. Yes, losing her is it's a blow to the Trump administration. It really is. It's a blow to the Trump administration losing her. Like I would, like, she's done a lot. She's did a lot. She did a lot of stuff, and she's been great. Yeah. Oh, there was someone asking about this. Where is it? I don't want to ignore him. Is Carmelo in prison yet? I believe he was transferred today to the Department of Corrections from the jail. I believe he was transferred today to the wherever they send him to, and then they got to decide where they're going to go and do all this different stuff. But I believe he's no longer in the county jail, that he's been transferred to the. It's possible they clean it up with AI. Yeah, maybe. Hildebeest knows. Yeah, Hildebeest definitely knows. Definitely knows. I learned that her husband is an offshoot of the Hare Krishna cult. Never trust a Krishna. They have a history of CA and cult programming. All right. Okay. Leftists would discredit this. Fauci will die of old age. He will only be judged after. He's evil that got away with it because of more evil people than he is. But here on Earth, it's not going to happen. Well, she doesn't care for her acne scars showing. Yeah, I think they might have some blemish filters on it. Some of the documents are also on the website. Thanks, Ancon, for the gift. Oh, is there another one? Did I miss another one? Oh, yeah. King of Billtown got Dog Digger and Little Galaxy 56. Scarlet knows AI. Oh. Everybody filters. Our phones do it automatically. Yeah, I have filters on. F. Carmelo. Yeah, definitely. Carmelo is currently celebrating Pride Month. Oof. No problem, Steve. If I was a leftist, I would discredit this. Yeah, okay. The background is also fake. The background might be a green screen. I mean, I don't get me wrong. There might be a green screen here.
Now, despite the obvious potential for catastrophic global impact that research on dangerous pathogens in biolabs can have, politicians and so-called health professionals like Dr. Fauci, as well as entities within the Biden administration's national security team, lied repeatedly to the American people about the existence of US-funded and supported biolabs. Not only did they lie, they threatened those who attempted to expose the truth. So this release today breaks new ground, as the information surrounding the existence, history, locations, and funding of these US-funded biolabs has been intentionally covered up by very powerful people who falsely claimed that these biolabs didn't exist. Now, they accuse anyone who says otherwise to be foreign assets and traitors to America. Now, Odie and I will continue working closely with partners across the US government to identify exactly where these labs are and what pathogens they contain to end dangerous gain-of-function research that threatens the health and well-being of the American people and people around the world.
Well, that's good. That's good. This is why they came for Tulsi so hard. Arrest Fauci. Look at it. Yeah. Shut up and take your shots. Fauci, ouchie. You're stupid. We did not fund gain of function. These don't work, but wear them anyway. Justice. Fauci's own ouchie. That would be great. This would be great to do to Fauci. What he did to them dogs is terrible. Just remember here, in 2022, Jen Psaki was asked about the claims that we were operating biolabs in Ukraine. She denied the existence of bioweapons programs and then called the whole thing Russian disinformation. Yes, Russian disinformation. Key one is a non-interventionist foreign policy. Could be. Tulsi leans left, primarily on economic populism, criminal justice reform, and non-interventionist foreign policy. Yes. I wonder if anyone who believes the TV will see this. I hope so. I hope some will. Here. All right. So here, just because everybody I know is going to make us but we're going to have to bear through it.
Russia has a history also of inventing outright lies like this, which is the suggestion that the United States has a chemical and biological weapons program, or Ukraine does, that they're operating. Russia is the country that has a chemical and biological weapons program. So the objective was to make clear the inaccuracy of the information, the misinformation they're trying to put out, and make clear to the world that they not only have the capacity, they have a history of using chemical and biological weapons, and that in this moment, we should have our eyes open for that possibility.
Today, I'm releasing new evidence of longstanding U.S. government funding of more than 120 biolabs in over 30 countries. Now, these biolabs include labs in places like Ukraine, which could be at risk of compromise due to the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war. In fact, the intelligence community had previously warned that a U.S.-funded biolab in Ukraine likely housed dangerous pathogens, as the information surrounding the existence, history, locations, and funding of these U.S.-funded biolabs has been intentionally covered up by very powerful people.
Like this one we just saw, like this very powerful person.
Who falsely claimed that these biolabs didn't exist. Now, they accuse anyone who says otherwise to be foreign assets and traitors to America.
Wow. Isn't that crazy? Lies, lies, lies. That's right. Did Jen Psaki ever circle back? No, never did. I thought Nuland admitted labs in Ukraine. She did briefly. She said something about a lab. She said one lab or something. Like, it was crazy. Yeah. Is she still flapping her jaws? She's still around. She's on MS Now, I believe. She should be in federal prison. I agree. Federal prisoni. Jen Psaki, remember when she was spokesperson for the State Department when Hillary was there? She was helping deflect from the child abductions from Haiti that involved Laura Silsby, Laura Gaylor. I don't. I'll look into that, though. I will look into that. Disinformation is one of the multitude of demon rat terms used to promote their agenda. Yeah, she never, ever, ever circled back to anything. Russia protects their children. Psaki went to Ukraine. Yeah. Traitor on mass media. Grotesque. That's right. Wonder if Jen S. was repeating what she was told or outright lying. Either way, she's a liar. I generally hate that circle back became a phrase used commonly after her. Yeah. Okay, third attempt on a tent. I'll be back. All right, well, good luck. Good luck. I think you're supposed to, if I'm not mistaken, the last time I built a tent was a long time. I think you're supposed to put the base down first, stake down the base, and then put the poles and stuff in to hold it up. I think that's, if I remember correctly. Iranian state media is reporting the deal includes dealing with nuclear and uranium and will allow UN inspectors. Okay, I don't know. I'll have to look into it. That's what I always thought, was if biolabs were damaged by war, pathogens would escape. Yeah, it'd be a problem. Be a big problem. Be a big problem. Yes, please like the stream, and Rumble, YouTube algorithms will share it out to like-minded individuals. It would really help if you would. It would really, really, really help if you would hit the like button, and subscribe. Because like I said, I am like right on the cusp of becoming, 2,500 subs. So let's see, did we hit it today? No, we're too short, 2,498. So a bunch of those people that were here that left, they could have subbed up and they didn't, and we would have hit 2,500. Wow, that's so depressing. So depressing. We're so close. 2 away now. Are you serious? She was outright lying. She knew what she was doing. She covered for Brandon Joe. No, I'm saying, what I'm saying is, did she know that there was biolabs? Is what I'm saying. It's possible. I think she probably did know, because like if you lie to your spokesperson and you don't give them the truth, and they go out there and they don't know, what's going on, and they're giving lies, then it just, like they have to know, because then they can, mistakenly put the bad information out. Put a big ass tarp over your tent and stake it down, and flap it over the top when the rain's done. Yes. Put the F in the right hole. Definitely. Knowing and willingly equals intent. Definitely, April May. Definitely. New Mexico had a lot of Russian students with American high school age teens doing art, foreign exchange courses that went awry back in the day. Huh. Hey, just ordered from King of Biltong. Well, that's awesome. I hope you use promo code Jim. Throw logs on one side of the tent to make sure the rainwater flows off the side. Russians hit hard, fast at the start. They raided many labs and took evidence using chopper teams. Oh, wow. So Tulsi Gabbard announces she's releasing evidence of U.S. funding 120 biolabs. She has stock in China audit her. Yeah, Jen Psaki. Remember Jen Psaki? Wasn't she wearing, what was it, a Soviet hat? Didn't she wear a Soviet hat when Obama was president? When she was with the State Department over there? She had it was like a babushka, they call it. Over 40 labs built and supported. Look at the storage of pathogens from the Soviet era, training for scientists to work in biocontainment. Anthrax, tularemia, tuberculosis, swine fever. Is that like swine flu? Huh. Newcastle diseases, MERS, SARS. Oh, MERS and SARS. Oh, those are respiratory things. Huh. Ebola, Marburg, the plague, rickets, and Lassa. Wow. After months of searching, we found all these labs. Until now, evidence of these labs was knowingly being withheld from you by the Biden administration. Wow. We're learning new details, clinical trials that were underway at these facilities, raising significant ethical and financial and security concerns. Dr. Fauci, as well as entities within the Biden administration, national security team, lied repeatedly to the American people about the existence of U.S.-funded and supported biolabs. Now, here's the thing. Did any of these people lie to Congress? Because if they lied to Congress, wozers. Yeppers with Bernie. That's right? She was like a pink. Didn't they give her a pink hat with the hammer and sickle on it? I know I saw a picture of it. That's what I saw on Breitbart. I'm like, you and I don't know what to believe. I think Trump is too transparent and says too much. He says a lot, sometimes more than he should. Monkeypox, probably monkeypox. Definitely monkeypox. Gabbard previously said her office was working with NIH Director Jay Balachata and HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to investigate whether the United States funded gain-of-function research at Wuhan. We know they did. Because nothing happens when they lie. Yes. It was in Vegas? I thought it was in Vegas. Wow. Oh, when Biden died in Vegas. Okay, I get it now. It was a pink toque. No, I thought it was like a babushka thing. It was one of them furry hats. I don't know if you call it a toque. I call it a babushka. In April, Anthony Fauci advisor David Moran, who oversaw gain-of-function research on bat coronaviruses in Wuhan, oh my God, was indicted on charges of conspiracy against the United States, destruction, alteration, falsification of records and federal investigations, concealment, removal, and mutilation of records. Wow. So they did finally indict somebody over coronavirus. That's good. Hey, Rudd, what's up, buddy? Thanks for being here. Make sure you hit the like button. Remember when we couldn't talk about COVID in a lab on YouTube? I remember. Oh, I remember getting timed out on X before Elon bought it about the COVID. Rickets is a vitamin C deficiency. Okay. I'm just gonna say it for you. Bernie's a communist. Oh yes, Bernie's a communist. He admits it. He went to the Soviet Union, like the actual Soviet Union, for his honeymoon, like not Russia. Like a bushka is a scarf over the head, also a grandma. Okay, I don't know. That's just what I call it. You couldn't even type ivermectin. You need to go finish up for the day. Cheers, everybody. Well, thank you for being here, King of Bill Anton. Thanks for being here, buddy. So watch Gabbard's after months review. I think this is the video we saw. Not only did they lie, they threatened those who attempted to expose the truth. So this release today breaks new ground as the information surrounding the existence, history, and locations of these and funding of these biolabs has been intentionally covered up by very powerful people who falsely claimed these labs didn't exist. Now as ODNI will work closely and continue to monitor it with partners across the government. So we saw that video. So they published declassified documents detailing U.S. concerns with Ukrainian biolabs amid the Russia-Ukraine war, U.S. funding and building of the labs. Wow. Wow. It's the same video, right? This is the same video, isn't it? Let me look. Right.
This common mistake doubles our electricity bill, and big energy is trying to hide.
After months of searching through intelligence.
Yeah, it's the same video. All right, so that's the story. It's very interesting. We're going to keep on it. People need to go to jail. Grand Poobah or Shriner's hat shake. Okay. Yes, we were fed disinformation. Totally. Never forget we were told not allowed to talk about it. That's right. Miss Circleback's hat is called an Ushanka. Okay, Ushanka. All right, I'm not Russian. You use code Cecil to spite me? Buddy. Tulsi published a video on her X account. Yes, Tulsi published it on her X account. So Gabbard releases intelligence. So we saw this, do this, come here. All right. And then I don't know if you guys have known, we're going to jump to the next story here. Did you guys know about the poop apocalypse in California? There was a poopocalypse. There was a shitpocalypse. What do you want to call it? A shitpocalypse, a poopocalypse going on in California where Mexican poop was invading California through the Tijuana River, causing massive sicknesses in San Diego and other places. We should not censor ropes. No, we don't need to. You have to shit poopocalypse. Just News, CFP. My man, I'm late but not gay. Well, William Nelson, thank you for being here. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you checks it all out. You know what I mean? Hit likes and subscribe. Hit likes and subscribes. All right. We'll get right in this now. From the Times of San Diego. Governor announces release of millions intended to clean up the Tijuana River Valley. Ushanka is a river hat. The fecal geddon. Yes, fecal geddon. Is anyone surprised? I'm not. No. Mexico dumps raw sewage on the beach. I saw the video. Yep. DOJ should get indictments on all the AutoPen people and have Fauci be on trial for the Supreme Court to decide on the AutoPen and preemptive pardons. It's been happening for years now. Yes, but now Gavin Newscum, he's got a plan. All right. NewScum announced Thursday that the state is sending $46 million in voter-approved funding to help clean up the chronically contaminated Tijuana River. Jim talks about wood chippers all the time, so ropes are okay. It's only a 10-year-old problem. It is. Oh, I forgot, too. I forgot something. I forgot. We had a donation on the PayPal from Sorry, we had a donation on the PayPal from, where is it? From Lisa Day, I believe. Yeah, from Lisa Day. Of $13. So that means, folks, we are now just $30 away, just $30 away from adding another hour to the show. It could be the first additional hour. It could be the only additional hour. It could be one of many. Thank you so much, Lisa Day. We're now 30 away because of Lisa Day. We're 30 away thanks to Lisa Day. And we have about an hour to go. Little less than an hour to go. We'll see if we can get to that hour. Get it in there. Get her in. Get it in. Yes. People in San Diego County shouldn't have to worry about getting sick, losing access to their beaches, and living with polluted air. Why is California and not Mexico paying for this? Good question. It's all Mexican poop, so Mexico should be paying for it. The homeless poop anywhere they feel like. The city of LA is a poop crew to pick it up. Yeah. Yet another Democrat scam. DC let poo into the Potomac. That's right. That's right. It was actually Maryland. It was actually Maryland that did it. Oh, wow. A poopocalypse in California somewhere. It's so crazy, right? Poop. I'm a rhyming fool. That's right. The move was cheered by San Diego County Supervisor Paloma Aguera, who made cleaning up the Tijuana River a centerpiece of her campaign. I appreciate the governor's attention and commitment to addressing the cross-border crisis. Yes, why is it a cross-border crisis? Well, because it's Mexican poop. And we welcome the availability of these funds to combat the emergency. Yeah, vote blue for poo on your shoe. That's what you do. Adding the priority now is to get the money to the Tijuana River Valley as soon as possible. So what, they're just going to use the cash? They're going to get it all in ones? They're going to use it to just wipe up all the poo? That would be something I could see them doing, like using the dollar bills. Dollar bill, y'all, to wipe up the poo. Is the Tijuana River equivalent to any river in India? Surprisingly, it's probably cleaner than most rivers in India. Definitely cleaner than the Ganges on Laundry Day. In case you wanted to know. Okay, I got it pulled up. Thank you so much, Gundam Zig. Check your messages. Okay, sorry. I get on it. I'll get down on it. Let me look. Set a photo. Oh. Is that the hat? I think this is AI though. I'll show it just because. I'll show it just because. This is the hat she was wearing, that Saki was wearing. Thank you for it. California lets it run into the ocean. Yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible. Yep, someone's going to get rich off of this. Definitely. NewScum is going to try to polish the turds at all costs. That's right. The small river runs downhill and pollutes San Diego estuary. K-Bean says, I lived in Monterey for a year in the early 1990s. It was so amazing. California was the most beautiful place. Yes, I went not far from Monterey to a place called Half Moon Bay, fishing for lingcod once, and it was a lot of fun. The one you saw was pink. That's what I'm saying. I think this is AI. This is not the pink hat. The one I saw was pink also. I think this is AI. Just saying. Families in South County are living through a public health emergency. They're breathing toxic air and dealing with the impacts of sewage pollution every single day. These communities must be first in line when the funds are awarded. So what, they're just going to give people money and say, here, we're sorry we polluted you, but just take this money to wipe it off? Does that make sense? Does that make sense to anybody? Anybody? Just give you money? Just here you go. Here's the money. Here you go. Yes. California was great in the 1920s. Yes. You went back 20 years later. It was so different, so sad. Yeah, when I was in California in the late 80s, I mean, I was there many times in the 80s and stuff. And then the last time I think I was there was in 98 or something. It was still pretty nice. 46 million is for Mexico, not for San Diego. What? Why would it be for Mexico? We did it. What? Woohoo. What do you mean? What did we do? I guess it would be about 20, 25 years to figure out how to clean it up if the Dems are in charge. Come on, Bella, lay down. Get in your bed. Yeah. So these funds must be first in line when the funds are awarded. Residents have waited long enough. We need resources on the ground now. Oh, the tent. Congratulations. You did the tent. Thank you. Thank you so much for getting it done. I want to thank everyone who helped. I want to help the director and the producers, along with all the line agents and all the people for helping make the most great production that iRule has ever performed. Yeah. Where are you at? Oh, she's laying there now. Since 2018, more than 100 billion gallons of raw sewage filled with industrial chemicals and trash have poured into the Tijuana River. The sewage has filled the region with distinctive rotten egg smell, which is the product of industrial pollutants that sicken people, particularly vulnerable groups like immunocompromised and infants and elderly. The raw, foul-smelling sewage that empties into the Pacific Ocean emits hydrogen sulfide, a toxic gas that can erode neurons in the nose, trigger asthma attacks, and cause symptoms such as headaches, nausea, cough, shortness of breath, skin and eye irritation. Its long-term health problems are only starting to be understood. Cutie Bella, that's right, she is a cutie. Trailer Park Boys, Ricky, there's a river of shit coming, riding a shit tsunami tidal wave. You'll drown in the undertone of a shit wave. Shithawks. It's a shit NATO. Man, rest in peace, Jim Leahy, the guy who played Jim Leahy. His name is escaping me right now. He was a great, great guy. For years, tens of thousands of people have continued to be exposed to the sewage in one of the nation's worst and longest-running environmental crises. Yes, crises. That's right. Crises. Oh, did you hear that? Bella's like, hello. It's affected largely low-income Latino communities. The funding is desperately needed. Certainly every dollar we can secure to address the Tijuana River crisis is a big help. The San Diego Coastkeeper, John Dunsworth. That's right, John Dunsworth. Yeah, his daughter was also in the show. She played not Lucy, Lucy's friend, and I can't think of her name now. Damn it. Sarah, right? Sarah Dunsworth. That's her name. Yeah. Big waves. The river cleanup is like sharing a driveway with your neighbor and shoveling it every time it snows. Total BS. Yeah. I could never understand why my cousins always wanted to go to Tijuana when they visited San Diego. Well, there's many reasons. San Diego had a Republican mayor until 2020. I have a hammock chair and a hammock, but the tree died. I still live in South California, but it's one of the nicest little cities in the USA. It's still a heaven here. For how long, I don't know. I used to have relatives that lived in Victorville. We built the Mexicans' sewage plant years ago. Yeah, but I don't think they haven't maintained it, right? They didn't do anything to maintain it, so that's why it's like just they're not like they just kind of like left it do whatever it's going to do. We need more federal funding to fix and expand the wastewater infrastructure that's now under stress. It's often failing or inadequate to treat all the sewage that's been generated. The United States and Mexico signed an agreement last year to clean up the longstanding problem by upgrading wastewater plants to treat the Tijuana population growth and industrial waste from factories, many owned by U.S. companies. Oh, so it's our fault. Victorville, hot and not a lot there. Yep. Funding will come from Prop 4, a $10 billion bond measure approved in 2024 to fund water, climate, wildfire, and natural resource products. So the money that they should be using to stop wildfires and that they should be stopping, like, water, because they have a big water problem and wildfire problem. They're going to have to do it for shit now. Yeah. Come to beautiful Tijuana. Come for the tequila. Stay for the donkey shows. That was back in the 50s. They just bought junk when we went and it smelled and it was dirty. Wow. Has California cleaned up the streets yet? Should probably prioritize that first. Victorville, 2.5 hours away, Jim. Wow. I know it's by the desert. Like, Victorville's in the desert. San Diego's just as bad as LA. At least 40% of the money is supposed to be spent on communities hardest hit by climate change. Oh, so it's a bunch of fucking scams. Climate change. It will be made available as competitive grants for projects that reduce bacteria and trash, address public health issues related to cross-border pollution, and support mitigation and restoration. So it's all a bunch of baloney. It's a scam. They're just stealing all the money. NewScum called on the Trump administration to find a permanent solution. Yeah, clean up my mess. NewScum says, hey, Trump, come clean up my shit NATO. Come clean up the shitacane we have down here. California has stepped up repeatedly. Never stepped up. We can't solve a decades-long federal failure on our own. Why is it the federal government's problem that you got a shit problem, California? Like most of the aid projects, they steal the pipe and the copper. Yeah. South Pasadena. Oh, Pasadena, California. That's where the Big Bang Theory was allegedly based out of. Pasadena, California. NewScum pocketed all the money. Trump come give him more pocket money. Yeah. Victorville is in the high desert, 2,700 feet. It's a high. The Trump administration must do its part, honor its commitments. Oh yeah, blame it on Trump. It's all Trump's fault. NewScum. It's all Trump's fault. All Trump's fault. NewScum approves millions of dollars of voter-approved funding to help address Tijuana problem. So if it was already voter approved, why do they need any other approval? Why let it but it better last. Well, yeah, California, clean up your shit, get it done, and stop them. All these Mexicans, tell them stop shitting in the river. Fix it. I know it's not them shitting in the river. I know it's the sanitation plant that hasn't been properly maintained by the Mexican government. Why is it the U.S.'s problem? We should just be finding them daily. How are they so blind to NewScum? I don't know. 105 degrees today in sunny Tehama County. Tehama. It's hot in Tehama, hot. Shooter is dead after a Midland, Texas active shooter standoff with police. Good riddance to the scum. 4 people have undergone surgery. 5 are in stable condition. 9 people treated. Sadly, 1 person has been killed. Bless the police who responded.
Yes, 11 people were shot. Mayor Lori Blanc says 1 person was dead on the scene. Here's what the mayor had to say.
Many of you are already aware that we have had an active shooter in our community. We want to start off by saying that our thoughts and prayers are absolutely with the victims and with their families, with our first responders, with all of the medical staff that are responding this morning.
5 people, or 4 people, I should say, have undergone surgery. 5 people are in stable condition now at Midland Memorial Hospital. That's 9 people who were treated and went to Midland Memorial. Now, there was an incident 2 days ago, which during a traffic stop, someone opened fire with a rifle at the officer who was stopping that vehicle. That individual got away. There's no real indication that that is connected to this shooting really at all, other than the timing. And if you remember back in 2019, there was a dramatic mass shooting incident. 11 people were shot.
All right. Well, that's the end of that. Is there anything else on this? I live in Midland. We had a guy shooting at officers just Wednesday after he was stopped by them. He took off. I think he still kept shooting and he crashed. He took off on foot. Wow. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's just some crazy stuff happening. I mean, what is with all these shootings? It's all these hearing all these reports every day about people getting their heads throats slashed in Europe, and I heard reports of one in Spain, one in Italy, one in France, stuff in Ireland, chopping heads off. I mean, what is happening? What is happening? What is happening? What is happening there? 800 miles past Victorville. Wow. Considering a cabin in Alaska for the summer. I hear the mosquitoes in Alaska are
in Midland, Texas. We heard from the mayor there just moments ago, so let's listen in to our partners at KOSA.
We want to provide an update with some additional information that we've received. We can confirm that the active shooter situation is resolved and that the shooter is now deceased. We've received this information based on the confirmation of a robot and the drone footage. We are still, the law enforcement is still securing the area and making sure that there are no other concerns. We do recognize that there is going to be an ongoing shutdown of the traffic and ingress and egress of the area. And so we ask that Midlanders respect that and follow all instructions with law enforcement in the area. But we do want to confirm that the active shooter situation is resolved and the shooter is confirmed deceased. I want to follow up with some of the information that we shared in a previous press conference related to some of the things that are available in our community. We recognize that the victims and their families need support at this time. And so we want to make sure that everyone has access to the things that they need. We have the reunification, the family reunification facility at the hospital that is ongoing. And so we would ask people not to call the number that we released earlier, but rather to go straight to the hospital. There will be people that can help you there. So if you have concerns or you need support, the chapel at the hospital is the place right now where that can be provided to you. If you would like to make contributions or donations, we're funneling everything through the United Way at this time. We know that Midlanders want to reach out and respond. And so that's where we would direct you with any concerns. That they're coordinating with all other nonprofits and support agencies here in our community. I want to say a huge thank you to our law enforcement. They have done extraordinary work today in pursuing this and in getting it resolved. And there's a lot more work to be done. And there's a lot more strain and stress and sorrow for our community on the other side of this. So we recognize that. We're going to be continuing to work and to provide you any additional updates that we can. But I would really ask Midlanders to pray for the families of those who've been impacted, for the victims themselves, for the family of the one who is a confirmed deceased victim. We want to provide support and prayer and continued thoughts for those families of those victims. At this time, we've had continued communication with our hospitals in the region. Midland Memorial Hospital and Odessa also are treating people and continuing to help those that have been impacted. And so we don't have any additional information on identities or anything that we're able to share at this time because it is an ongoing investigation, but we want to give you the information that we can as we can. So again, the active shooter situation has been resolved and the shooter is confirmed deceased as of this afternoon. Our thoughts and our prayers are with these families, with the community of Midland, and with all of those that were involved today. Thank you so much. And we won't be taking questions at this time.
All right, again, we continue to follow breaking news out of Midland, Texas, of a mass shooting. Authorities there have confirmed that the suspect in that mass shooting is now dead. Unfortunately, 11 other people.
What does she mean he's now dead, unfortunately? Why would you say it's unfortunate that the guy's dead? Am I wrong? Why would you say the gunman is dead, unfortunately? What? That's a weird thing to say. No identity. Yeah, it's crazy, right? It's a Hispanic gentleman. And they're going to say it's a white guy, but he's Hispanic. This is his name. The shooter's name was Victor Mata Villarreal. Yes. And Gundam has Mata Villarreal was convicted in 2009 of unlawfully carrying a gun in San Angelo, arrested multiple times, including in 2003-04, unlawfully carrying a weapon in possession of a prohibited weapon. Additional charges appear to have been dismissed as part of plea agreements. Really what? Yeah, they don't tell us. They don't tell us the gender, race. You didn't. Weird. It is. It's crazy. For your information, Midlands Highway has the most deaths from illegal aliens. Did you cover the 1 square mile, 1 million square foot medical supply warehouse file? I saw something about that. That was Medline, right? That was yesterday, I believe, when that happened. That's going to cause a lot of issues. I mean, I wonder if people are purposely setting this stuff on fire to cause us issues. He's a Mexican. His name is Victor Mata Villarreal. Yes, we're all sick of it. We're all sick of it, K-Bean. We're all sick of it. They are not very informative about the shooter, but he's Hispanic. His middle name is Mata, which means killing in Spanish. Wow. Wow, so he should have been in jail or prison. Yeah. It's a white guy. They identify as black or vice versa. Yes. Mata like a matador, bullfighter. Bullfighter.
People were injured. Of that 11, one person is dead. Several others are now being treated at the hospital. We'll bring you new information on this investigation as we get them.
Wow. Your next. Thank you. So 10 injured, suspect 1 killed, suspect dead. Law enforcement responded to a report of shots fired in the southeastern part of the city at 8 a.m. 8 a.m. That's an early time for shots fired. There was more to her sentence. I know I cut it off purposely to be a jerk. I did that just to be a jerk. Sorry. Do you accept ghettoification as your Lord and Savior? No, not at all. A reading about Consumer Electronics Show and CTA reports that new releases such as headphones for gaming with brain tracking. What? A lot of Californians moved to Tijuana because of the cheap cost of living. A Michigan coin dealer foils scam. A courier gets chocolate coins and ICE detainer instead. In the Gateway Pundit. Wow. Wow. Hey, Google, what is mata? Wow. Wow. The suspect's body was spotted by a robot and a drone. No police officers were injured. Villarreal has been wanted for attempted capital murder of a peace officer. Attempted capital murder of a peace officer. That's insane. That's insane. And I got good news, folks.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
That's right. We're doing an additional hour thanks to K Bean. Thanks to K Bean. K Bean done did it. She donated $30 on the PayPal. So that means we are now just $100 away from adding a second additional hour. Because that's right, folks. The show goes as long as you want it to go. I have so many news stories every day that I could do a show for probably 12 hours without breaking a sweat. Thank you so much, KB, for the generous donation on PayPal. Thank you so much. We got a Dindu report. All right. I'll get it. I'll pull that up. Yes, you go, girl. Thank you so much. So I will adjust the goal on YouTube after it expires. But we are going another hour at least. So we got about another hour and a half of show left to go. We'll see. Another 100, maybe we'll get another hour. And then another hour. We'll just keep going. But thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. So he'd been wanted for attempted capital murder of a peace officer after opening fire on law enforcement on Wednesday night. So this was the guy who opened fire on the cops on Wednesday, and they were still looking for him. He managed to escape capture at the time despite pulling over, exiting his car, and trading gunfires with the officers. Lee Carlisle, who was at the Super 8 motel near the scene of the shooting on Friday, told CBS that he's gotten an alert on his phone about Villarreal after the incident Wednesday night. He said a woman in the neighborhood told him Friday morning that she'd seen Villarreal at the Scottish Delight Motel. Well, I wonder what happens at the Scottish Delight. Yes, thank you, K. Bean. What happens at the Scottish Delight? I seen him cross the street from the hotel to the gas station. I called the police dispatch immediately, but they said they had already gotten a couple calls. Other people had already been calling in, and probably less than 5 minutes, there was like every police officer in Midland, Texas there. 9 victims were treated at Midland Memorial Hospital, according to the hospital. 4 required surgery, 3 are in recovery, and 1 still in the operating room. That's nuts. That's nutsy bodutsy right there. Sheriff Grady Judd is wonderful. Yes, he is. Why did you shoot him 76 times? Because we ran out of bullets. We would have shot him more. City of Midland Friday night identified the victim who was killed. Ed was a person involved in the community, specifically working as an internal figure with the local and regional softball organizations. Oh, no. Most importantly, he was a loving father and a husband, and a good person all the way around. Softball, man, it's a lot of fun. People like to play softball, get out there with your neighbors and stuff, and have a couple beers, maybe toss around the old 16-inch softball if it's the old soft pitch underhand. My heart breaks for the family and their victims. We are praying for every person touched by today's events and for law enforcement officers who risk their lives to save us from this madman and protect our community. So the witnesses described a chaotic scene. We heard several gunshots, like 20 gunshots, and then it moved down. The whole situation moved further down. We've seen drones, and then we've seen the Texas Rangers and undercover cars with lights on. What's happening is Islam. Yes. Yeah, prosecute the judge that let him out. I agree. We need to do it. Brian Ogden, what's up, buddy? Thanks for being here. I played softball today with the production line. Well, that's awesome. I love softball. And hardball, too. Getting coffee and a seat in the yard. Be right back. Well, thank you. Enjoy your night. It's a nice night out. Good stuff. A woman who was at the hospital where the victims were taken told CBS that some casualties, she saw some being moved to a safe area at the hospital to implement a lockdown. My understanding is that the whereabouts of the shooter were not entirely known at the time. And we also wanted to stay out of the way, not mixing chemicals. Okay. Lockdown lasted about an hour and a half. Jane, who lives in the neighborhood of the hospital, said, hearing about the active shooter. Now, isn't Midland, if I'm not mistaken, isn't Midland like where they have a bunch of oil production around Midland, right? It's not where, like, isn't that the, what's it called? The, something shale. Damn it. The Permian Basin, right? That's the Permian Basin, right? Really makes me scared that these people walking around with guns who are, could just kill you and anyone around you. Oh, well, that's why you should be armed yourself. Midland is West Texas, about 3 hours south of Lubbock. Governor Greg Abbott and First Lady Cecilia Abbott are deeply saddened by the incident. What's it say? YouTube has super chats so that people will make donations in order to have their chats recognized by the host. Because you circumvent this, you receive less super chats. Contribute, people. Well, thank you. Thank you so much, America First. With that, we are now just $90 away from a second additional hour. I know I've had other people, honestly, like Joe and some people have told me that I read too many regular chats. It's near the land in the middle. But I'm saying, isn't Midland, Texas? I mean, I could swear I remember Midland, Texas being part of that show Landman with Billy Bob Thornton. But yeah, so a lot of people have told me that I should not read so many regular chats. Thank you for supporting the show. Yes, thank you. Because by me reading so many regular chats, people don't feel the need to super chat. I'm like, well, I mean, I want to recognize the chat and stuff. And if people can donate, they can, but I don't want people to feel like they have to, like I appreciate it. I love it. And I want more, but I don't want people to think that the only time I pay attention is if it's a super chat. Not that Karen says, Jim, we appreciate you. Thanks for shutting out our comments. Well, I try. I got a green light. I work for Spartan Chemical, and industrial chemicals aren't fun to mix. Well, be careful. Be very careful with Brian. We can't have you having any industrial accidents. K-Bean says, no, Jim, you're doing it right. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I need. As long as you guys are happy, I'm happy. I love Landman. Billy Bob Thornton is great. Yes, he is. I think you get more super chats than Joe. I don't think so. Sometimes, maybe. Oh, she was saying, unfortunately, 11 victims, but you shut off the video, if not mistaken. Oh, did I do that? I'll do this. Did I do that? I knew I did it on purpose. Thank you. You haven't seen Landman? It's pretty good. I would recommend, if you haven't seen it, check out Landman and check out Mobland. Two very good. I'm just waiting for Mobland season 2. I'm like this, waiting for Mobland season 2. People love the free recognition. Okay. All right. Joe needs to buy a dog. Well, it would help him, I think. It would help him. Did I do that? Yeah, you got that right. That was my Urkel. All righty. I'm just checking out to make sure I didn't miss anything here. My phone beeped and I don't see where it is. You love Landman? Joe has a certain trait that implies his concern for super chats is greater than the average person. Well, I don't know. I mean, Tulsa King is good too. Yes, Tulsa King is good too. All right. New York Poster says shooting in Midland, Texas leaves one killed, others hospitalized, gunman dead after standoff. AP says suspect in Midland, dead after shooting, had fired at police officers days earlier. Then we got this. We're gonna keep going on this whole topic of shootings. That story, Midland, Texas. Pray for the victims, pray for the police, and pray for the American people when we're gonna have to stop dealing with these repeat violent offenders. The recidivism rate is outrageous. It just keeps happening over and over and over again. Someone has to be held accountable. These judges, the politicians, someone has to be held accountable. Someone has to be held accountable. Wow. And we got this next story. But before we get to the next story, we have a donation. Now, I don't know if this is supposed to be an anonymous donation. I don't want to call anybody out. But thank you. You know who you are on PayPal, $15 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Mm-hmm. And that means $75 away from adding a second additional hour. So thank you so much. Yes, the Permian Basin. That's what I thought. Muslims don't like dogs either. What's it say? Jews shouldn't read so many free judges. Oh, well, I guess I need to watch Landman. It's really good. It's really good. It's really good. What's wrong, Bella? You gotta go outside? Bella gotta go outside? Lay down. You gotta go outside? You gotta go outside? Hold on. Image file. Mm-hmm. All right. I have to take Bella out really, really quick. Everyone just relax. You heard that? Yeah, I know. I have to take Bella out. So I'm going to put this on stage. I'm going to make this big so everyone can see. Bella needs a quick rock. Jim will be right back. Okay. Right back. Okay, thanks everybody. Thanks for waiting. Sorry for the delay. Sorry for the delay. I gotta fix Bella's camera. She's back in her bed. Sorry. Took a minute. Now she's all waiting. She had her treat and she's like staring, thinks she's gonna get a second one. Okay, thank you so much. See, did I miss anything? Any talking going on? Is he an illegal alien or not? Not sure if he's an illegal alien. NDA patient disclosure is a serious offense. K Bean is the best. Muffin Rando, K Bean, you guys are all the best. Everybody, you guys are the best. I mean, I can't choose favorites. I love you all the same. Yes, Brian Ogden's here. Everybody's here. All right. You didn't miss anything? Okay, Sweet Bella. Yep, she's there. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see. Anything here? Oh, there was $1 once. Here, hold on. We have a super chat, a Rumble rant came in. I'll do this. Add this to stage. Remove this from stage. Add this to stage. It says, "Are you growing? Are you enjoying your show? Do you like your chat? Tell him I said screw him." That's not very nice, Mr. Glue Battery. That's not very nice at all. That's not very nice at all. Thank you. For $1, that means I'll go like this, and that means we're now $74 away. And then we had another. I just saw it come in. I just saw it come in over here. Brian Ogden, we are family. Thank you, Brian Ogden, for the 10. Yes, for the 10 on. And he also did give. I don't know. I guess I don't know. It's with the paper. I don't know. Never mind. Thank you for the 10. We are family. Thank you so much. That means we're now $64 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. My bad. 64 away. Bella's getting a drink of water. Rumble Brat. Yeah, Rumble Brat over there. Not the chat. I mean, the telling you to ignore your chat. I mean, the people telling you to ignore your chat. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. I thought you were being a funny. Had to watch last night's show this morning. I was yelling at Joe when he couldn't get a possum. Apparently now, casually, you can spell it possum. Use casually. The O is silent. And yes, Grok is wrong. That's what I said. I'm like, dude, no. I'm like, I know it's spelled this way. I'm like, why are they doing this? And they're like, oh, because it's why would they call it possum? Was that Bella talking? Yeah, that was Bella going. Why would they call it possum, playing dead? All right. Why would it be spelled without the O when the ones without the O in Australia don't do that? What, me funny? I'm never funny. Oh, you're funny, Uncapped Turtle. You're funny. I want Jim to have more supporters. All me too. Jim wants more support, but he wants everyone to have fun. I'm cleared to do social media. I was vetted except for patent disclosure. Okay, cool. All right. Thank you. It's an opossum that plays possum. It's crazy. The whole thing is crazy. It is. So father of 7 fatally shot in Philly's Germantown neighborhood over a parking spot. I think you missed the $10. No, I got the $10 from Brian. I got it. That's how it made it $64. That's how it made it to $64. It was 75 and then the $1 on Rumble and then the 10 on and then the 10 here was Brian's. See, I got that. We are family. I got it. I almost turned the stream off on that part. Yeah. Muffin Land is good to watch. Muffin Land, yeah, is good. Yeah. I made it 25. Yeah, I know. You put 15 on I didn't say you did it because I wasn't sure if you didn't want me to let people know that you were donating on PayPal. So I didn't say 15 on there. I said it was missed another one. Oh, I didn't see. I'm sorry. I didn't see this. I am sorry. Don't be a clavicular. Keep doing you. This format more engaging and organic and fundamentally American. Well, thank you. Thank you, Jake. I am sorry I didn't see this one. I apologize. I feel horrible. That means we're $54 away, folks. Just $54 away from a second additional hour to the show. Wow. That's crazy. Awesome. Thank you so much. And I apologize. I did not see that one. I'm muffing out. Yeah. Sarcasm. Yes, I know. Okay, I can rest easy. I am sorry. Let me see if Jim sees this. You missed my super chat, dude. I'm sorry. I apologize. It wasn't. I asked when I came. I said, did I miss anything? And I didn't look. I should have looked. My apologies. Well, always be aware of the tarantula hair. Always be aware of the tarantula hair. That's what I say. That's what I say. A father of 7 has died following a shooting that took place in Philadelphia's Germantown neighborhood. I wonder how many Germans still live there. What do you think? You think there's still a lot of Germans that live in Germantown? Uh-huh. Looks like a mop. Yeah, well, damn it, Jim. Clean your glasses. Just kidding. Nine. Yes. Demuffinized. Okay. The police say the shooting took place at 7:23 p.m. on Wednesday, with officers being called to the 6100 block of Magnolia Street in Germantown. They found 52-year-old man suffering from a gunshot wound to the chest. Family members identified the man as Jerry Fulton. Something random. SpaceX closed at 166.85. Yeah, we covered. That was a first story. I think I covered in the evening talking about SpaceX. Elon Musk is officially now the first trillionaire. Bella doing the doggy dance. Is she? She's licking her foot for some reason. She's over here foot licking. I was in Capstone there, Mr. El Shadi. I can only imagine how hot hair like that is. Yes. Love that for Elon, right? It's great, isn't it? It's fire. Definitely. So officials say, Jerry Fulton was taken to the hospital. He's pronounced dead just before 7:50. You're going to be rich? Well, that's awesome. Robert Gavea made you late. No, not me late. He's fine. Question about that. Are you saying you own a bunch of, did you buy a bunch? I want to share something from Crime Radar, App Local, X, or Discord. X, send it to me on X, because for some reason, it's really hard for me to get Discord open. I have to do a bunch of weird stuff to get Discord open. What? I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Karen, you'd be surprised at how many women and men are afraid of them. Oh, the tarantula heads. Yes. Officials say a 26-year-old man, later identified at Nico Nichols. Wow, that name can get you in trouble. Nichols was taken into custody at the scene. Nichols was charged with murder, possessing instruments of a crime, and recklessly endangering another person. Fulton's family told the outlet that the father had been visiting a friend on the block and got into an argument with another person over a parking spot. Fulton was shot in the back as he walked away. That's some low-down, dirty shit. Shoot somebody in the back as they're walking away. Why would you do such a thing? One of Fulton's sons, Shad Andrews Fulton, said, "We all got to grieve over something that could have been avoided." That's right. Neuro says, smash that like, follow, and repost it. Careful, Jim. That name could be dangerous. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's a very, very dangerous name. Yes. All right. I will look at that in 1 second. I heard a gunshot on the phone with my mom and said somebody must have been shot. I come over here. I lost my mind. I see him in the back of the car. Nobody's near him. Nobody touch him. Nobody checking his pulse. Jerry believes that a delay in medical care contributed to his father's death. I don't want to know what is happening locally anymore. Wow. Afraid of a gang or something? It could be. Could be. Wow, that's it? That's all there is on the story? That's it? What kind of story is that? The hell kind of story is that? Post-millennial? You can't just end it there. You got to give me more information. What a joke. What a joke. What a joke of a story that is. Oh, yeah, definitely. Buy some meat from King of Big Tong. Use promo code Jim to save 10%. The 8-ounce bags make excellent gifts for Father's Day. www.billtongusa.com. Use code Jim to save 10%. Have I seen the California police officer shoot his fellow officer in the windshield after a quick draw? Yes, I did. I thought it was very funny. Not funny like ha-ha, funny like odd that they were doing that. Bought a few shares. I don't lose all my money, though I have others. Well, I hope so. I think it'll be all right. Huh. Heartless youths rob a Boston children's lemonade stand at gunpoint. You should bring us for the walk next time, Bella Walk and Talk. I don't know how I could do that. Is there a way that I can do that? Well, he took that personally. I can teach you, Jim. Quick draw, there's like a 6-second delay. Wow. A pair of thugs resorted to the ultimate low this week in South Boston, targeting 2 innocent children in broad daylight who were trying to make money running a little business. NBC 10 Boston report responded to an armed robbery at West 157 West 9th Street near East Street at 4:44 p.m. Police arrived on the scene. They were greeted by 2 innocent juveniles who told them exactly what happened. The victims, 2 juveniles, told officers they were operating their lemonade stand. Ooh, what's this? More cartel scum biting the dust. Oh, that's always good to see. Have I seen the fake Turning Point USA Charlie Kirk video? No, haven't seen it. Greg says, being a former Portlandian, it's definitely pronounced opossum, silent O. Hit many in my 30 years in Oregon. Joe must have been celebrating Purim. Maybe. Okay, let me get that pulled up too. Nope, not that one. This one. Mm-hmm. Definitely interested in that. Definitely interested in that. I think it would have to be a separate stream. Not sure it can be done easily. Yeah, I don't know how I could transfer it to my phone. I don't. Thugs, teen, youth, yeah, still possum. So, when they asked the victims, told officers they were operating a lemonade stand when the suspects made several passes by before approaching them and asking whether Apple Pay would be accepted as payment. Before the victims could even respond, police say the suspects grabbed their box of money and one of them displayed a firearm in his waistband. Yeah, 2 youths. Both suspects ran away in the direction of Dorchester Street. It's spelled opossum. Yeah, I know it's spelled opossum, but it's invite yourself. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I guess I could do that. I would have to have my phone, right? Invite myself. Could add. I guess I could. Police have released multiple images and surveillance video of the 2 suspects. Go. What do you think? Can they identify these people? Oh, these just look like a couple of young white boys, right? Out having a good time. A couple of white youths. Here's the video. Robbed at gunpoint while selling lemonade. There they go. There's the 2 youths. Yeah, they identify the color of the firearm, but not the color of the offenders. That's odd, right? The firearm was black. What color were the people? We don't know. We can't say. What did they look like? Were they men or women? I don't know if we can say now. You know, I don't know if it's appropriate if we can say. So there is this thing I want to get. Where is it? Right here. No. I don't know if this is real, but we're going to talk about it. So, yeah, what do you think about this? So, yeah, police revealed the 2 suspects are 11 and 14 years old. So, 11 and 14 years old, carrying guns and robbing lemonade stands. I'm waiting for Ohio to get under investigation for Medicare fraud. Oof, it's coming. It's coming. Michelle Wu is doing a fine job in Boston. Definitely. The Coulter effect. That's right. Mutt and Jeff, definitely. The Coulter effect, which means if they don't say the race of the kids, you know. Robbing kids. The victim's mother, Jennifer Byrne, detailed the terror of the children. My daughter called me. I'm at work. She was in hysterics crying. Somebody just put a gun on us and took all our money. They noticed 2 kids with masks over their faces across the street. They kept coming back and forth. Yeah, JD is going to go against his own state. Yeah, that's right. Trump just posted they executed the leader of Tren de Aragua. Yeah, I got it. I'm going to pull it up in a second. This encourages more of this. Media and politicians claim innocence. Weird, right? Yes. They'd be like, what's a woman? Poor youths and their mama fear for their lives every day. That's right. These kids don't know what it's like. They don't know what it's like. All right. They don't know what it's like to grow up with as a black woman in America with black sons. They suffer every day being fearful that their kids will go out and stab somebody in the chest at a track meet. Or wait, no. Is that right? Or kill, or just go shoot somebody over some, over some lemonade. Byrne admitted the 2 suspects approached her children, demanded to know whether they accept Apple Pay, then lifted their shirts and flashed a gun. My daughter said, they said, we're taking it all. So just take it. All told, $50 was stolen from the children. Think about the children. They're urging anyone with information to call detectives. This Adidas. That's right. All day I dream about stereotypes. All right. Now this. Look at this. Yeah, breaking news. At my direction. All right. At my direction, the United States Southern Command delivered a swift, lethal kinetic strike to successfully execute Nino Guerrero, the infamous leader of Tren de Aragua, one of the most bloodthirsty terrorist organizations on planet Earth. Before I returned to office, Joe Biden opened our southern border to millions of illegal criminals and allowed this foreign army to rape, maim, and murder American citizens with total impunity. $50 at a lemonade stand. I'm in the wrong business. I mean, good lemonade is good lemonade, man. Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Good lemonade's good lemonade. Where was the parents? I would not leave my kids out there alone. Well, you probably thought it was a good neighborhood in Boston. There's some areas in Boston that are still, granted, they're not as safe as they were when Whitey Bulger was around protecting them. But I raised my nieces and nephews, never let them alone. Don't ever let them play in the front yard. So Joe Biden let all these people in to rape, maim, and murder Americans with total impunity. And during his campaign, he pledged to expel the monsters from the country and bring justice to the families of those who were slaughtered, including precious 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungary, 22-year-old Laken Riley, and countless other beautiful souls. With this action, the United States military has brought retribution for them, their families, and their loved ones. Early in my administration, I delivered on my promise to designate Tren de Aragua as a foreign terrorist organization and to deport thousands of evil criminals and wage war against the cartels, who have been long waging war against the United States and its citizens. While weak leaders left America helpless and defensive, this action was coordinated closely with our friends in Venezuela, with whom we are working very well. As a result, Tren de Aragua terrorists are no longer have a safe haven in Venezuela and anywhere else. Under my leadership, we will find these vicious. Wait, where'd I go? I lost my spot. Son of a bitch. Under my leadership, we will find these vicious murderers and drug lords anytime, any place, and send them to the depths of hell where they belong. God bless the United States of America. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Donald J. Trump, President. I watched True Crime. Kinetic, interesting. Need more information. Definitely with the new budget, they can go after Mexico. It will be nice. Not El Nino. That's Espanol for the Nino. Yes. The babies. Think about the babies. And send them to the depths of hell where they belong. That's right. Oh, yes. We'll get that, Gundam. We'll get that story. We get that story. We get that story. We get that story. Let's see here. We got a video. We got a video of the kinetic strike. This is like, do you remember the movie called Narcos, not Narcos, I'm sorry, Sicario, right? Sicario 2, Day of the Soldado, right? Right, that was the one, right? Where they right, that was the one, wasn't it? Yeah, that was the one where the terrorists happened, and then they showed the guy, they bring the video and they say, "This is your brother's house. Watch. This is the same type of stuff right here." And they're like, "Here, your brother lives there, right? You're gonna come in and do some boom, goodbye." Well, clear and present danger too. Yes, clear and present danger was definitely this. Yeah. So look, boom, 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 boom. I'm trying to determine if this is AI. Well, it looks pretty good to me. Dropped the bomb in Venezuela. Yeah, definitely. Good to see you, Fletcher. Yeah, Fletcher's here. Hi, Fletcher boy. What's up, buddy? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Wow. Well, that's good news. I am having flashbacks. Electronic Arts. Yeah. Jungle Strike, the sequel. What's that? And then we got this one. Looks like you made Tren de Agua, Tren de Aqua. Ha 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 ha. Then we got this story, which I think is very interesting. Check this out. Woman with severe vaginal blisters near Newport. Pinnacles Way. Cock County Sheriff says. Like, why would that, like, this seems like something you wouldn't want to be alerted on the news, right? Like, it seems like, why would somebody want to report this as, like, news? Like, oh, get this out there. Like, I have severe blisters on my vagine. Strike series is awesome. Yeah. It's super mega El Nino this year. That means no hurricanes probably. Yeah. Got to go watch baby girl swim. We'll have a good time. Usually HUD cameras have A+. Yeah. 6 comments. Yeah. Who's making the comments? When law enforcement shot TRA gangsters running a prostitution ring, they were shot by LE. Cool. Yeah. 11 prayers. Definitely. Maybe California will die. So, I mean, this just to me is like nuts. What's that a picture of? I don't understand. It's the valley, maybe where it is. Like, I don't get what the picture is supposed to be, but I just thought on the medical emergency. Yeah. It's crazy. Yeah. It's nuts, right? 11 prayers and 6 comments. Yeah, it's nuts. Like, anyway. We can't really, I can't get the comments or nothing, but I just think it's like, when I saw this, I was like, oh, this is like, oh my God. Her green vajayjay. It's crazy, right? Dispatch. Yeah. Yeah. Women, medical emergency. It's crazy. It's crazy. They got this. After slamming the U.S. for blocking Somali referee with terror ties, Canada welcomes him with open arms, but just blocked a Ghana soccer player over 7 rape and sexual assault charges. Pretty gross, right? Veet. Yeah, gross. Is it a man-made vajayjay? It might be. I don't know. It's crazy. Pervs. It is, right? Cock County, Tennessee. My neighbor's retired FBI agent arrested the former sheriff of Cock County. He was running a stolen car chop shop. There's an app for that. Yeah, it's called Grinder, I think. If you get blisters, you're going too fast. Yeah. Anything Trump does that is not whatever the Democrats deem worthy, they'll call distraction. It's multitasking, imbeciles. The bomb, boss, the bomb. Welcome, my friends, to Explosive Venezuela. I am your host, President Trump. Sorry, I was reading something that ticked me off. No problem. Oh, you saw that note, the one thing. Yeah, I know. You saw it on that one, that thing. I didn't even acknowledge it. Tarantula head. After Canadian politicians spent days slamming the United States for denying entry to a Somali FIFA referee with ties to terrorism, they rolled out the red carpet, inviting him to Canada. They just denied a Ghana World Club player entry over serious rape and sexual assault charges. There's a cream for that. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's the same cream we give out for the rumble rash. Somali referee Omar Akabadulakar Artan, named Africa's top male referee in 2025, was selected as the first smelly ever to officiate a FIFA World Cup series. He was denied entry into the United States at Miami International Airport after Customs and Border Patrol cited vetting concerns. But he's not a terrorist. Oh, he is, though. He is. Ha ha, yeah, he is. He a terrorist. A U.S. official later confirmed the denial stemmed from his association with members of terror organizations. Artan was questioned for roughly 11 hours before being turned away, despite holding a valid visa and a diplomatic passport. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, it's rally time. Well, thank you, but actually, I didn't even reset the goal. I got to do that now. Thank you for letting me know. Right now, we're just $52 away, just $52 away from adding a second additional hour. So actually, what I'm going to do when I set up the goal, I'm going to set it up like this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. Let's see. Where are we at with likes, man? We better have 150 likes. Ooh, 148. We need some more, though. Come on. We need more likes, people. We need more likes. So I'm going to set this up. I'm going to do this. I'm going to start another goal. I'm going to do 10 $5 super chats for 1 hour. That's all we need is 10 $5 super chats. All right. Roughly. We're 52 away. So roughly this. Then we are, we're only 52 away. So I'm going to set it up like this. We are currently 52 away from adding a second additional hour. There we go. It started. It's good to go. We're 52 away. Thank you so much for the 2. I did correct it, right? 52. Yes, we did. Thank you. Yes, we did. Thank you so much, Joe. Rally time. Please like to subscribe and please like to stream so that Rumble and YouTube share it out. Yes, it does. The like button needs a swift kick in the ass. Hit it. Yes, it does. Look at this. It's like CF Rob goes, oh, first. Okay, thank you so much. That means now we are just 47 away. Then we got another one from Brian says, I'm on first. Thank you so much. That means we're just 42 away. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Wow. Seattle's a shithole. It is. So he returned to Smelia, a hero's welcome, complete with crowds, flags, government officials greeting him at the airport. Smash the repost button. Yeah, that helps out too. Share it out. Assigned him to referee a game between Paris Saint-Germain and Aston Villa in Salzburg, Austria. Enter Canadian leftist. British Columbian Premier David Eby declared Mr. Artan will be welcome and celebrated in British Columbia for he's overcome and what he hears where he is today. Let's welcome him. These Canadians, they just can't get their heads chopped off fast enough. Toronto Mayor Olivia Chow went further, stating denying entry to Omar Artan, who has earned his place on the world stage through hard work and perseverance, is not right. Toronto believes in fairness, inclusion, and giving talent an opportunity to shine. Wow. They just want people's heads chopped off in Canada. Bring in the terrorists. Jim's so underrated. Thank you. Almost as underrated as Bella. Well, Bella's very overrated. Look at her. Look at her over there. She knows. She's on top. Can we deport to Canada? We should start deporting. Maybe that's what we should tell all the Canadians. Like, hey, if you like all these smellies, why can't you just take them all? Take all the smellies. Why did that not take? Wow. I guess the Fletcher Boy comes in with another 5. Thank you so much. That means right now we are just 37 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. So many minds on this one. Nigerians flee South Africa amid anti-migrant. Oh, sounds good to me. Let's see. Oh, and then look at this. We got a rant in the Rumble chat. from Life is Indifferent for 5. It says, thank you for that one. It says, Woo's on second. Thank you so much. So that means now we are just 32 away from adding a second additional hour to the show. Thank you, everybody. Man, we're moving along. A lot of stuff up. And then Jonathan Marcus comes in with 5. Thank you so much. Oh, 14-year-old lemon stand robbery caught. Awesome. Awesome. That means right now we are just 27 away. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thanks. The 14-year-old in lemon stand was caught. Awesome. I hope they throw the book at him. You don't understand Canada. They see Muslim decapitators as easing the strain on the MAID program. Oh, wow. You think so? You think that's it? All right. Wow. That's nuts. Oh, base is loaded. Oh, what's this? Burnley stabbing man arrested. Wow. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. We got so many stories to talk about tonight. It's going to be a long night. I can see that. And, Renee Collins comes in big now. Big. Comes in big. With the 5 gifted memberships. That means...
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Wait, wrong thing. What's going on? Man, I screwed that up. I'm sorry. I screwed that all up. Yeah, so with that means, folks, we are now just $97 away from a third additional hour of the show. Wow. See how that works? Now we're just a third additional hour. Wow. That's great. Just 97 away. From a third additional hour. Wow. We're making a lot of money tonight. Like lots of good works. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I missed another story. Let's see who got those memberships while we're at it. So it says Dissident Porcupine 73 received 1, Mordred Kane, Taz the resident artist. Wow, she's a great artist too. And Delilah 57 and Brian Z 1073 all received gifted memberships from Renee Collins. Thank you so much, Renee. Such a big supporter. Yes, young Bella, young Bella, young Bella, young Bella. Yes, yes, yes. Now comes a rather inconvenient development. Canada has denied entry to a Ghana national team midfielder, preventing him from participating in Ghana's World Cup opener. FIFA confirmed that Partly's visa was rejected by the Canadian government. Oh, make a lot of money. You can buy me some biltong. I'll buy it for myself. Persian, Iranian women love No More Hijab, sing and dance to YMCA. Oh, I can't play YMCA on the show. I appreciate it, though. Welcome to the new JimSomniacs. That's right. Multiple reports. Partly's currently facing multiple rape and sexual assault charges in the United Kingdom. He has pleaded not guilty to all charges and denies wrongdoing. His trial is scheduled for 2027, but they won't let him in the country. Ironically, Partly was granted entry in the United States and has been actively training with Ghana's team at their base camp in Rhode Island. He simply cannot travel to Canada for the Toronto match. Huh. After Canadian authorities rejected his visa. So Canadians will let in terrorists, but not a guy that hasn't been convicted. They'll let in a known terrorist into Canada, but not a guy who's been accused of stuff. Like maybe he's guilty, but he hasn't been found guilty yet. Just saying. And here we go. Here, breaking update. Boston police arrest a 14-year-old in connection with the lemonade stand robbery. He faces 2 counts of armed robbery, 2 counts of unlawful possession of a firearm. Oh, he'll be out tonight. It's Boston. Now look at Little Tykes, first ankle monitor. Oh, isn't that cute? Isn't that cute? That's so cute. Coochie coochie coo. Coochie coochie coo. Gucci. UFC Freedom 250 holds pre-fight conference. Wow, look at that. The event dubbed Freedom UFC Freedom 250. That's hilarious, isn't it? Yeah. That's all kinds of wrong. Trump Gateway Pundit reported an Obama-appointed federal judge denied the lawsuit, arguing that Trump broke the law by building his claw fight venue. Oh, yeah, well, they said no. They said no. Obama judge sides with Trump administration, refuses to stop the White House fight. White House gave reporters access to the claw on Thursday for a first look. Let's check it out.
This pocket-sized pressure tool is so powerful, it strips a decade of grime off concrete in 30 seconds.
What's going on here? What is happening here?
So need some tonight. Question from Michael Chandler. Michael, you said at Media Day that this fight and this win is for you, for no one else. Does that mean we could finally see a conservative style Michael Chandler? I'm conservative, all right.
Oh, that's live. I was looking for this other video.
Here at the White House, getting a first look at the Claw, a 92-foot-tall, 600-ton venue set to host the UFC Freedom 250 fight this weekend. On Sunday, this octagon right here will host the first ever UFC fight at the White House. On Flag Day, June 14th, it's also President Trump's birthday. Stay tuned at thegatewaypundit.com for more updates.
Cool. All right. Interesting. So the fight, the stars are headed to Lincoln
Nobody
Memorial.
wants to hear this, but I'm going to say it anyway because...
Oh, be quiet. Stars are headed to Lincoln Memorial. Athletes, competitors, tensions are flaring that lead up to what they're calling the biggest spectacle in UFC history. Bantamweight champion Sean O'Malley returns to take on rising contender. Oh, keep an eye on that. All right. And then Trump criticizes Iran, calls media reports about the deal fake. It's only being televised on Paramount Network, which is a subscription network. I hope security's in full force on that day. Yeah, you and me both. I don't want no one to get hurt. That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy, 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 crazy time. Crazy, crazy time. Most definitely. So, let's see here. Yes, banners. Do this. Just please hit the like button. Definitely hit the like button. Definitely. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said the deal has never been closer. President Trump on Friday said the leaked claims about a pending deal are false after Iranian state media outlets earlier today published claims of a draft agreement. You can watch it for free in person on the Ellipse. I hope crazy Antifa tries to rush the cage while the fight is going on. Oh, that would be funny. If the judge doesn't want a lot of fights, she can come with her clerks and take it down. Yeah. Corey Feldman's going to sing. Oh, well, that's huge. I think I'm going to go. The terms of the leaked deal are fake news, nothing else. They have nothing to do with it, Trump said. Including their weak and pathetic statement on having a deal bears no relation to the truth. The president did not specifically mention the leaked terms of the deal that he said were false, but then chastised the Iranian regime for having very dishonorable people to deal with. Very dishonorable. Very dishonorable. Didn't Rob say they won the lottery to go? I thought he did. I think there was a lottery for like tickets. There's like 85,000 tickets that were given away to sit in the stands there. But then there's other places. Bella was scratching. Okay. Also, their totally rebuffed drone attack last night against the Indian ships leaving the Strait of Hormuz is totally unacceptable. They better get their act together fast. We just made a great settlement of the war, he told reporters in the White House Thursday afternoon. Trump warned further escalation earlier on Thursday, writing on social media that they're going to hit Iran very hard tonight. They're going to take control of oil and gas industries, including Carg Island. Later in the day, he said negotiations have been brought to the highest level of Iranian leadership and approved. The text has almost been finalized in major parts. Someone said that Iran back and forth is 34 times. It's crazy. Like I'm saying, it's like whiplash. We're one of them collars from the whiplashes. We're going to war. No, we're not. We made peace. We're going to war. No, we made peace. Like at some point, they're just fucking playing. You got to do something about it. So the Islam is bad memorandum of understanding has never been closer. A memorandum of understanding is not a deal. That's just an agreement that you're going to make a deal. Sorry, I got some indigestion. I was eating up. Sorry, Jim, I didn't see it tonight. You hit 2,500 subs. Wow, 2,500 subs. Wow. That's awesome. Thank you. Thanks for letting me know. First round of strikes involved attacks between Iran and Israel, followed by 2 rounds between the United States and Iran, which fired at countries where U.S. have troops stationed. A sticking point in negotiations is the Strait of Hormuz, which Trump has said needs to be open. Iran has, for the most part, shut down the traffic. But have they? Yes. A few more likes would help. Yes, it would. They would really help. Help a lot. Help a lot. Yeah, so Trump blasts Iran after leaks of its own demands in the peace deal. Times of Israel says, Trump says the terms of the deal leaked are dishonorable. Iranians, fake news warns they better get their act together. That's the thing is you can't rely on them. Al Jazeera says dishonorable. Trump says leaked Iran ceasefire terms are fake. And then, of course, CBC, the Canadian broadcasters say U.S. and Iran signal peace deal as reports suggest terms appear to favor Tehran. Why would we have any terms that favor Tehran? Can't make a deal with terrorist Muslims who live by Sharia, which allows them to lie to you. What's it called? Takia, and not those tasty taquitos you eat. Steve says, I remember when Jim was under 1,000 subscribers. So way to go, my friend. Well, I appreciate it. Every one of you guys helped. Every one of you guys helped that watch all the time, that share it out. You tell your friends, you like, you subscribe, you repost, you share, you comment. It really helps. Comments help, liking helps, watching helps. It all helps. It all helps get it out there. So Al Jazeera or CBC is not even saying what Al Jazeera says. Al Jazeera is saying stuff like Trump said, and now CBC, though, Canadians are like, oh, yeah, they're giving Iran everything they want. It's crazy. Accounts of the drafts by the pack of Stanleys and Iranians pointed to terms that could favor Iran, drawing criticisms from Trump, who dismissed the reports as inaccurate. Oh, okay. While there were minor differences in the details, the proposals broadly offered Tehran much of what it has sought, and Trump appearing to secure little beyond the reopening of the strait. Oh, okay. $1K average, what, $5? I don't know. Raids help a lot. They do. The raids help a lot. They really have a lot. Yeah, a lot. You just going on Joe's show, I'll be honest, going on Joe's show when I was under 1,000 subs, that immediately got me past 1,000. 2,500 to 5K. Oh yeah, no, we need to get that income. No. Doesn't work that way. Not even close. Iran's nuclear program will be addressed during the 60-day period of talks. No, it needs to be addressed right now. There is no deal. It's not addressed now. Address it now. Address it now. So, address it now. All Then we got this story out of China. China arrests U.S. researcher on suspicion of espionage and endangering national security. This is crazy. Like here's the thing too. Like, if Paramount Plus is going to carry it, they should just broadcast it on CBS, because I'm pretty sure Paramount owns CBS now, I think. China has arrested an American citizen for alleged espionage. The country's government confirmed Friday, identifying the man as a political analyst for a policy think tank focused on neighboring Myanmar. Brian, what's this? Says Brian Z1073 says, thank you, Renee Collins. No problem. Thank you. Welcome to the JimTellsYou, Brian. Yumin Zin. That's this guy's name is Yumin Zin, founder of the Institute for Strategy and Policy Myanmar, or ISPM, has faced criminal compulsory measures, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman Lin Jian said during a briefing on Friday. Authorities are holding him on suspicion of engaging in espionage and endangering China's national security, Lin said, without providing further details. So why aren't they going to say that that's without providing any proof, without any evidence? Where's the evidence? ISPM says it researches political, resource, and conflict dynamics in Myanmar, which was plunged into civil war by a 2021 military coup. There was talk of a simulcast, said maybe some prelims may. Gonna check. Oh, look at this. We got another gift of membership from American Dreamer. Thank you, American Dreamer. Oh, American Dreamer comes through. That means right now we are just $91 away from a third additional hour to the show. Just 91 away from adding a third additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. We should have arrested Fang Fang, but she was busy with the congressman. That's right. Let's see who's got that one from American Dreamer. It went to Cats app. KATZAPP, Cats app. Thank you so much, American Dreamer. And Cats app, welcome to the JimTellsYou. Hung Chao is constipation in Chinese. Wow. Say goodbye to you, Minson. China don't play. Some of the group's publications detail Beijing's influence in the region spanning the China-Myanmar border, Myanmar, where Beijing is accused of supporting armed factions that align with its national interests. It's not clear if Yu Minzin was conducting research at the time he was detained. His biography on the ISPM website describes him as a founding member and the executive director of the think tank. Well, thank you. Yes, you're welcome, Jim. Hello, Catsap. Yes. A person with professional ties to ISP who spoke on the condition of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the case told the AFP News that the Yumin Zin was arrested on June 3rd at the Kum Ning airport in Yunnan province, which borders Myanmar. He went there to attend a meeting, said another person with a close relationship to the detained academic. Chinese authorities said the U.S. consulate in Guangzhou has been notified of the case. His family and colleagues are following up with the consulate office there. I know his family is worried. The ISPM did not respond to CBS News' request for comment. We are aware of reports regarding a U.S. citizen detained in China, the State Department said. Whenever a U.S. citizen is detained, we will work to provide appropriate consular assistance. I hate Foreigner? Really? The band Foreigner? China is a country under rule of law. Okay, let me do this correctly. I did that wrong. China is a country under a rule of law. All foreigners are living in or traveling to China must obey our Chinese laws. And those who violate the law and commit crimes will be held legally accountable. Embassy spokesperson Lang Penggu told CBS News that Yu Minzin's legitimate rights have been fully guaranteed. Did I find anything on the whistleblower from John Thune's staff? Not yet. Still looking. Still looking. Still looking. Still looking. No, still nothing. Sorry, still nothing. Still looking. Still nothing. Embassy. The ISPM is based in northern Thai city of Chiang Mai, a hub for political exiles from Myanmar since the coup that ousted the democratically elected government of Aung San Suu Kyi. Aung San Suu Kyi. Analysts, including those at the ISPM, said China has intermittently backed both Myanmar's ruling military and the rebels that the military is battling in the country's civil war. Told you the Thune Stafford thing was debunked? Okay. And no joy for the UFC on CBS. Okay. All right. Trump called an incredible visit when he met with President Xi Jinping. That's it. That's the story. Huh. Interesting. China arrests U.S. citizen on suspicion of spying. So this might just be China pulling shit like Russia used to do this stuff. Soviet Union used to do this stuff all the time back in the day. They would detain a U.S. citizen because they want somebody back from us. So they take one of ours, and then we have to make a trade. You know, like when Biden made that fantastic trade where he gave up, I don't know, what was his name? Oh, yeah, the Lord of War. The Merchant of Death. For a weed-smoking trans basketball player. Remember that? Grok has nothing on it. Christine, a nonprofit, is mad at Dune. Notice that article called him Mr. Trump. Yeah, they do. I don't like that they do that. Yeah. So, this is the guy right here. Min Zin, executive director, was detained after he flew into Kunming in southwest China. So it's like all links go straight to Paramount. No idea if Brave Souls will snipe it on Rumble. Yeah. So that's what they're doing. It's probably what this is. There's probably somebody China wants us to give over. So they're going to grab this guy and they're going to be like, oh, well, we'll give you this guy back. You give us this guy. That's probably what they're doing. The tension comes as U.S. and China are working to steady the frayed bilateral relationship following Trump's visit to Beijing last month. There are a lot of those Chinese, though. So this all has to do with the coup, the cuckoo-cuckoo, the cuckoo-cuckoo. It says, U.S. scholar with history of activism in Myanmar arrested in China on suspicion of espionage. Then we got this story here. This story right here. Mr. Trump, because they don't like saying President Trump. Yeah, they do it all the time. Side note, possums are the only marsupials in and native to the U.S. Yes, that's the only one. Yes. I was listening, though. What a world. It is crazy, isn't it? What a world. So the GOP seeks a probe of the Alaska Senate candidate with the same name as the incumbent. That's right. The Demon Rats went out and found some clown named Dan Sullivan to run against Dan Sullivan as a third-party spoiler so that they could try and steal the seat. I have possums all the time. Super cute. They eat all the bad stuff in the yard. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize possums eat ticks like crazy. They're like a tick devouring machine. Sounds like China had a defective anchor baby. That's what it sounds like. Could be. I have a white one, albino. I keep rewatching the Yuri Bezmenov interview to remind myself that I'm not crazy. That's what you got to do. You got to do. You got to do it. So the National Republican Senatorial Committee, the NRSC, has asked the Federal Election Commission to investigate a candidate running against Senator Dan Sullivan under the same name. The incumbent Sullivan is seeking re-election against former Rep. Mary Peltola. I heard some kind of quick story about a staffer quitting and coming forward to revile John Thune's entire mission. It's to stop Goat POTUS from fulfilling his agenda. Okay. Well, I haven't seen the story. I looked for it, and people are telling me it's debunked. I don't know. I looked. If you find a link, Christine, you can post a link in the chat. You are a mod. You can post a link in the chat. I'll grab it. Upstart Sullivan has launched his own bid. The NRC alleges that political consultant Amber Lee, who manages many demon rats, helped Sullivan start his campaign for free. The Hill reported state authorities are separately investigating possible collusion between the second Sullivan and the Patola campaign. Patola. Dan Sullivan's race is expected to be competitive, even so more given Alaska's ranked choice system. So Larry Sabato's crystal ball moved the race from leans Republican to toss-up. What? How can Alaska be a toss-up? That makes zero sense to me whatsoever. 0 cents. Alaska says challenger with same name not eligible to run. The Alaska Division of Elections has given a preliminary decision regarding the candidacy of Dan J. Sullivan, determining that he will not be eligible to challenge Republican Senator Dan Sullivan due to evidence that he entered the race to siphon votes by the way of their shared names. Based on a review of the evidence presented in this division's possession, the division has determined that the preponderance of evidence does not support your eligibility for the office of United States Senator. The decision can be appealed by Sullivan before Alaska makes its final decision. The Petersburg native entered the race to unseat reigning Republican Senator last month just before the filing deadline, maintaining that he entered the race on his own accord and has not been coordinated with the Demon Rats, which is a lie. While the Division of Elections did not cite the exact evidence that rendered his candidacy ineligible, they pointed to 2 attached complaints filed against his candidacy from the Republican Party of Alaska. They love cat food too. They're always stealing food for the cats. It's funny. They walk in and well, thank you. Jet, just like they like the trees. Yeah. Put a line of salt around your pet food. I have a problem with raccoons. Well, you have snails, cats, no rats, no mice. Well, one complaint said the candidacy is improper because his declaration of candidacy states that he's affiliated with the Republican Party, though at the time of his political affiliation was undeclared. In response to questions about his voter affiliation, the Petersburg Sullivan has maintained he's registered as a Republican earlier this year. National Republican groups and the senator have accused him of being a sham candidate who may have worked with Democrats or their supporters to run as a Republican with the intent of helping the senator's top challenger, Mary Patola, a former representative and a demon rat. Demon rats say, the demon rats say, the demon rats say. The National Senatorial Commission claimed the candidate's name cannot be presented in a way that's confusing or misleading to voters or compromise the fairness or neutrality of the ballot, noting that Sullivan's campaign materials appear to mimic the senator's. Crazy, right? It's crazy. It's crazy. Alaska election officials threatened to disqualify a Republican who shares name because he's not a Republican. It's a joke. He said, "Oh, I'll go like this. Yeah, ticks are assholes, like Al Green. Yeah, snails love salt." Sullivan and Challenger did not immediately respond for messages. A registered Republican who in the past has donated to Republican groups and campaigns, her letter dated Wednesday said did not specify the evidence it found to remove him. Sullivan's candidacy has caused a stir in one of the most prominent races in the country. It's a seat Democrats have targeted to try to regain a more majority. This is the only way they could win Alaska, was pulling some cheat shit like this, where people are too stupid. They just go, oh, which Sullivan's the right one? And so they split the Sullivan vote. That's it. That's the only way they could pull it off. That's the only way. So a claim they both deny. So Sullivan is accused of namesake of working with the Democrats. Earlier this week, the decision to run was my choice. He said he has no contact with the Patola campaign. Zilch, zero, none. Somebody's paying for his stuff. Jim Chat have Jim Possums and Jim in common. The law forbids your office denying me access to ballots just because Senator Sullivan would prefer I not be allowed to run. He called the investigation unprecedented. Yeah. Some attorneys have raised questions about Dahlstrom's investigation, which, among other things, demand Sullivan explain his party affiliation. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. He's lying. Get him under oath. Somebody paid him. There's coordination. Get him under oath and then prove he's a liar and then put him in fucking jail. That's what you do. You put him in fucking jail, man. Put him in jail. That's what you do. That's what you do. That's what you do. Put him in jail. And then you got that. Rubio sanctions Cuba's oil machine. They sanction the oil machine. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Ultimate Fighting Championship Dana White display a signed memorandum of understanding during a ceremony at the U.S. State Department. Rubio announced Thursday that multiple sanctions against the Cuban communist regime, this time targeting the regime's cash cow. Today, I am sanctioning Cuba's state-owned energy company, Union Cuba Petroleo, under President Trump's EO 14404. Cuba's communist elites have weaponized energy as a tool of social control and kleptocratic profit. Kleptocratic profit. Like the stream. Subscribe to the stream. Oh, here we go. It's about the companies in Miami selling gas to Cuba. There you go. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. Make sure you hit the like button. Not a fan of raccoons since one killed my first chihuahua. Yes. Yeah, it's Cuba. Welcome to Cuba, a Cuba Libre. Mikey, how do I say banana daiquiri in Spanish? Banana daiquiri. For decades, the regime has stolen and hoarded available fuel using it for Castro's private jet. The security services forces used to repress the Cuban people and to keep empty tourist hotels lit up and to bust people in for fake protests and political stunts. All while the Cuban people have suffered blackouts and waited weeks to fill their cars. Cuba's communist regime has been designated as a state sponsor of terrorism since 2021. The regime has also been accused of numerous human rights organizations. The regime has also been accused by numerous human rights organizations of severe violations, including forced starvation of its people, severe political imprisonment and executions, and censoring the information provided to the people. The petroleum company sanctioned by the secretary serves as the leading contributor of wealth for the regime's military arm known as GAISA. GAISA currently has over $10 billion in reserves. Cuban-American lawmaker Rep. Carlos Jimenez of Florida told the Daily Signal at a press conference earlier this month. $22 million gun factory relocates from Virginia to Georgia over anti-gun legislation. Good for them. Good for them. Rubio added that the sanctions are not the last action the Trump administration will take against the Cuban regime. No. Many different animals can kill a 5-pound dog. Even Disneyland uses a trap to remove possums and raccoons. They are not pets, folks. Yeah. Well, they'll tear things up. That's right. My friend's girlfriend, baby mama, took a lost coon. Pretty cool pet. President Trump wants a new future for the Cuban people. The Cubanos. The Cubanos, man. The Cubanos need a better future with greater economic and political freedom and opportunity. Until then, we will continue to target the communist regime's ability to leverage its energy trade. In May, the Department of Justice announced criminal charges against Cuba's former communist dictator, Raul Castro, and his family members for the downing of a humanitarian rescue flight that took place over Cuba in the 1990s. Brian Ogden on the Third Person Friday is tired after 60 hours. Love you on the chat. Stay true, Pony Boy. Girls, till next time. Take care, buddy. Thanks for being here. This is Pedro Rodriguez. Gotta go. All right. Take care, buddy. Yeah, raccoons tore up a cat of mine once. You've got to get them on antibiotics if they get into a fight with a coon. Yes. Yeah, but all the antibiotics in the world wouldn't help save Austin Metcalf. Cuba dictatorship's long been a threat. Now it's finally teetering. It's teetering. It's teetering. It's finally teetering.
The sanctions are new. This new executive order was issued on May 1st, and we saw a subsequent designation on May 7th, led by the State Department, going after a firm called Gaesa, which is very opaque. It's a shadowy firm that's run by the Cuban military and a small cohort of people in control of an estimated 40 to 70% of Cuba's GDP. So they're operating and effectively controlling strategic sectors of the Cuban economy. So think about elements related to tourism, elements related to energy, elements related to minerals and mining, all these various elements of the Cuban economy that keep the regime propped up and fed and housed and living a luxurious lifestyle, while the people of Cuba are, of course, suffering from a humanitarian crisis of food insecurity. There's issues with respect to electricity, not being able to support themselves through commercial opportunity and building out their own businesses. So, a lot of people think about the U.S. embargo over the years as actually being responsible for a lot of the problems on the Cuban island, but they don't give consideration to the fact that Gaesa, this newly sanctioned entity, has been sitting on an estimated $20 billion in assets and cash over the years, while depriving the people of Cuba. And so this is a very interesting extension of U.S. sanctions for the first time, where we actually can go after third parties that deal with Gaesa.
Go after the third parties.
Spanish firms, for instance, that have invested millions of dollars in luxury hotel properties, villa properties in Cuba that partner with Gaesa.
Yep.
All funding this military enterprise at the expense of the Cuban people. Similarly, there's a lot of foreign investment, a lot from Canadian firms in Cuban nickel and cobalt minerals, metal mining and processing on the island, generating huge amounts of money for the regime. And so just like we see in the case of Iran, right, where there's a lot of comprehensive sanctions on various sectors of the Iranian economy, we still know that there's these third-party enablers. And sanctions are really a tool.
It's a tool. Sanctions are a tool. Yeah. So I want to address this. CF Rob says, in Cuba, a banana daiquiri might be called a daiquiri de plantano or a daiquiri de banana in local bars. Pronunciation would be daiquiri de plantano. Well, I was just quoting The Godfather Part 2 when Fredo goes to Cuba and he's sitting with Michael and he's saying, oh, Michael, why? Right before Michael discovers that Fredo was the one who betrayed him. I know it was you, Fredo. You broke my heart. And Fredo's going to order a drink, and he says, Mike, you want something? I got something. And he says, oh, I got but how do you say banana daiquiri? Michael goes, banana daiquiri. Cuba Libre, Cuba Libre, Cuba Libre. Cuba Libre, right? Libertad, Cuba Libre. Isn't that what it means? A free Cuba? And the Cuba Libre is actually a rum and Coke, Bacardi and Coke, or rum and Coke. I was born in 83, so not an animal according to George Orwell's book. Rise up, people of Cuba. Yes, Amber, rise up. It's almost time we rise up for our freedom in blue states with Trump. Yes. Stop the cheetah. Stop the cheetah. The cheetah la guita. Stop the cheetah. Stop the cheetah. The cheetah la guita. With lime. Yes. With lime. Yes, with lime. Rum and Coke with a lime. You put the lime in the coconut, and then you go some more. You put the lime in the coconut, and then you get some more. We need to work in the voting office, get the Dems out of here. Yes, we do. For 67 years, the Castro regime has survived by convincing the world that communism in Cuba is a permanent condition. It rules through fear, propaganda, prisons, and repression, while generations of Cubans have been forced to live without freedom, prosperity, or hope. But today, that illusion is crumbling. As the only Cuban-born member of the United States Congress, I never thought I would witness a moment when the dictatorship in Havana appeared this week. This isolated and this vulnerable. The regime can no longer hide the reality of its failure. Cuba is suffering blackouts that lead the entire cities in the darkness. The hospitals have no medicine, no food. The shortages are becoming routine. Rum and Coke in Puerto Rico is what they call a mentalitaria, a little lie, because there's no Coke in Cuba. It's not a libre. It's meant as a put down or a bad joke. Is it? Oh, that's terrible. I won't do that in the war. I couldn't care less about Cuba. They owe me for all those duck and cover drills. Bastardes. Bastardes! I care about all the countries I could have been born there. Jim is a trip. I care for the people. All souls matter. Me too. Oh, what's happening in Cuba is not simply a humanitarian crisis. It's a direct national security threat to the United States. The dictatorship in Havana has transformed itself into a strategic outpost for America's greatest adversaries. Communist China has expanded its presence on the island and suspected intelligence and surveillance facilities capable of monitoring U.S. military activities across the southeastern United States. Russia continues to coordinate both politically and militarily with Havana. Meanwhile, Iran is deepening its influence across Latin America, using anti-American regimes like Cuba and Venezuela as gateways into the hemisphere. People, Cuba is FUBAR. It's bad. Yes. Jim is now Tony. Well, I'm trying. I'm doing my best impressions. Wonders if Jim knows Camila Cabello's song Havana. Havana, Havana, come on, run the mana, get don't turn away the sana. Deport the damn somewhere else. Yes. Not today, Satan. Make a Canada 51st state, Greenland 52nd, Cuba 53rd. They're all district 100% Republican. Republican. American children do drills to duck and cover like it would matter. Yes, well. American. I love that song. The Cuban dictatorship has become a platform for hostile foreign powers operating just 90 miles from our shores. Now history is catching up to the architects of the dictatorship themselves. Former Cuban dictator Raul Castro has been indicted by the United States for his role in the 1996 shoot-down of two unarmed brothers to the rescue planes, one of the most infamous crimes committed by the regime against civilians. Four innocent men, Carlos Castas, Armando Alejandre Jr., and Mario de la Peña and Pablo Morales, were flying unarmed civilian aircraft in international airspace when Cuban military pilots in Soviet-built MiG fighter jets opened fire with missiles. The attack was not accidental. It was a deliberate operation intended to terrorize the Cuban exile community and silence those who dare oppose the regime. For decades, the families of the victims waited for justice while Havana acted with impunity. Today, the dictatorship is finally being forced to answer for its crimes. Free Cuba, free Iran, free Iraq, free Canada, free the West. We can make a Dubai 2.0 of Cuba tourism. Yes, tourism. Joe, I live on a PR in Rincon and Puntas, Route 413 for 7 years. My drink was rum con piña with palito, 4-star. At the center of the regime's survival is the Grupo de Administración Imperial Gaisa, the military-controlled conglomerate. The military-controlled conglomerate that dominates nearly every major sector of the Cuban economy. Hotels, ports, construction, banks, retail stores, remittances, and tourism all flow through the hands of the military elite, while ordinary Cubanos struggle to survive.
Back to the Nixon Presidential Library and Museum in Yorba Linda, Cuba's foreign minister is saying some very incendiary things, using language to assail U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio over American relations with the communist nation. He's also appealing to Congress at the same time to try to avoid war with Cuba. Senior foreign policy correspondent Jillian Turner reports tonight from New York. Good evening, Jillian.
Good evening, Brett. Cuba's Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez sat down with us today for his first ever interview with Fox News. It was one of the harshest attacks on the Trump administration by a senior Cuban official we have seen to date. In it, he accused Secretary Rubio of being a liar and a profiteer. Secretary of State Marco Rubio told me, sir, on Thursday that the Cuban regime poses a direct national security threat to the United States of America. He mentioned an arsenal of military drones provided to the regime by the Russians, by the Chinese. He alluded to reporting in the United States last week that the Cuban government has even discussed internally potential plans to attack U.S. military targets. Is any of that true?
We will have to ask the Secretary of State if he has any evidence. I have heard him lying on and on regarding this issue. Cuba is, of course, a sovereign state with the right to defend itself, but the U.S. is an extraordinary military power. I can affirm you categorically that Cuba is not, nor does it want to be a threat to the U.S. It is not, nor does it want to be an enemy.
Mr. Minister, you say the Secretary of State is lying, sir, but do you deny specifically that the Cuban regime has a stockpile of Russian and Chinese-made military drones or plans to potentially launch proactive attacks on the U.S.?
It is a sheer slander. I repeat, the Secretary of State is deliberately lying when affirming that Cuba is a threat to the U.S. or that Cuba has military plans against the U.S. I regret the Secretary of State to instigate on and on military action and a change of regime action against our country. He is deliberately lying in order to deceive the U.S. people, in order to justify a policy that has no moral or legal grounds.
Secretary Rubio made a video last week where he spoke to the Cuban people directly, and he said the real reason for your suffering right now is because the Cuban regime has plundered all of your country's resources.
That's right.
What's your response to that?
People out in the streets wonder if the Secretary of State really knows what is going on in this world, or if he is addressing the Cuban people with profound cynicism, with a big deal of shamelessness, because the Secretary of State is one of the main masterminds behind the military threat against Cuba, the energy blockade. He was not born in Cuba. He does not know Cuba. He knows nothing about Cuba, whose parents left Cuba long before the Cuban Revolution, long before the triumph of the Cuban Revolution, but he has politically profiteered throughout his entire life, portraying himself as a figure of the Cuban exile.
The foreign minister dismissed the DOJ's indictment last week of former Cuban President Raul Castro, saying it was a political.
Oh, I know this guy is a hard-on communist piece of shit. I was just letting him have his speak, and I want to hear what they say. And Rubio has a hard-on for Cuba. Enough of this idiot. All right, we're done with him. We're done with this. So, yeah, so we're sanctioning these people. Cuba's going to suffer, the government, and hopefully Cuba will be free. Yeah. And I like to say, from the river to the sea, Cuba will be free. And by the river, I mean Okeechobee. And to the sea, I mean the Atlantic Ocean. I don't believe this piece of crap. Yeah, me neither. I don't believe anything they say. So let's do this. Let's do this over here. I'm going to look at this next story.
Less than an hour ago, another South Carolina death row inmate chose to die by firing squad. He was the second to do so in less than 2 months. This comes as more states struggle to obtain the more common lethal injection drugs, and the Trump administration moves to restart federal death row executions. For tonight's interview, we're joined by Robin Marr, executive director of the nonprofit Death Penalty Information Center. Robin, thank you for joining us. As a way to start, the Trump administration argues that the death penalty deters crime. What does the scholarship say on that question?
Well, good evening, John. You know, the death penalty has always been talked about in terms of deterrence, but the research really doesn't back it up. There's really no empirical evidence that confirms that there is a specific or a heightened deterrent effect when you use the death penalty as compared to other punishments. I think the best thing we can say about deterrence, frankly, is that it just can't be proven.
Oh, okay.
In South Carolina, we have these two executions by firing.
I mean, we can't say that we don't know about deterrence, but it will deter them from committing any more crimes, right? I mean, if a person is dead, they can't hurt any more people, correct? I mean, we can prevent them from being let out of jail, right? And killing more people. It's a clown show in Cuba. Yes. It deters the person that you put to death. Yeah, it deters them from committing any more crimes. Does anyone actually believe Cuba will attack the U.S. with drones? They might. They might try. If the Chinese tell them they're going to back them up, they might try. They might try. If some shit starts hitting the fan, they might start hitting us. They might try. You never know. You can't get 4-star anymore unless you're super rich. It's moved off the island to importers in the States.
Squad, Alabama and Louisiana have been using nitrogen gas for executions. Why are these states turning to these methods?
Well, some states, as you say, have turned to old methods of execution, like the firing squad, and some have turned to new methods, like forcing prisoners to breathe pure nitrogen gas for an execution. And they tell us the reason for that is because they can't obtain lethal injection drugs for lethal injection executions. Part of the problem there is we don't know the full truth of that story because these states are very, very secretive about their processes, and they often don't disclose many of the details about their protocols even to the prisoners themselves. It's certainly true that some pharmaceutical companies have stopped supplying their drugs to prisons for use in execution because they object to having their product used in death penalty cases. But what we've also learned from some of the independent witnesses who've observed some of these new methods, we've seen prisoners experiencing severe signs of distress and pain. It looks like those are unconstitutional executions. We just can't be sure about it. But one thing that would help a lot is certainly more transparency from state officials.
How many exonerations have there been, Robin, in death penalty cases?
Well, there's been at least 200 people exonerated from death row. Those are people that were wrongfully convicted, sentenced to death, some of them very nearly executed. And those are only the ones that we know. We know that there are probably many people that were already executed, and we never discovered the truth of their wrongful conviction.
Is there a number for that group? Essentially wrongful convictions where it was determined after it was too late?
No, we have a list on our death penalty information site. We run a website, and that information is there. We have a number of cases we've identified where advocates and lawyers have made very strong cases of credible innocence that the courts have not recognized.
The Justice Department, the Trump Justice Department has decided they're going to seek the death penalty for Luigi Mangione. What do you make of that decision and how they made it?
Well, that decision raises a few questions. I mean, for one thing, the Department of Justice has a longstanding policy. It's a deliberate process for very thoughtfully deciding when they should seek a federal death sentence. But it's not at all clear that the department followed its own policies before it made this decision. One thing that jumps out at me is that they did not meet with defense counsel before making this decision. And that.
Why would they have to meet with the defense counsel before making the decision? Why wouldn't they execute somebody who just executed somebody? He executed somebody, and they think it's funny. He needs to get put down. I'm sorry. Luigi's got to go down. Hey, listen. We did. Oh, no one's on. We still got 3 minutes. Oh. Okay. All right. So we're going to restart the goal over there on YouTube. 10 super chat. 10 for 1 hour. All right. And I believe we are 32 away from. No, that's not right. I'll do this. Do this. 10 tens. We are 91 away from third hour. Right? Yep, 91 away from a third hour. we'll do that for another hour. 10-10 wins for every 100 in total. We are 91 away. Yes, 10-10. There we go. All right. We restart another goal for another hour. I just took a nap. Well, thanks for joining us from their nap. I hope I didn't wake you up. A long-standing policy, Obama administration. Yeah, Luigi was a hitman, plain and simple. Yes. Probably falling all over themselves, providing Canada for maids. Yeah, that's probably what they're doing with the Canada stuff. I'm sure they don't. These drug companies don't have any problem. Any problems. Got this first one. Thank you for $2. Thank you. That means we are now just $89 away from a third additional hour. Thank you so much. Right? Did I label that right? Thank you so much, CF Rob. That means we are right. Yeah. My dad owned a little vacation home in Bokran. I love the place. Bokran. Most people don't know beautiful sunsets are caused by the dust in the Sahara Desert seen at sunset in the PR. Ever seen the green flash? Ah, that's usually when someone goes to Davy Jones' locker. Yes. All right, I'm done with this, but there's a reason for this. The Supreme Court declines to let Alabama move forward with nitrogen gas execution. Say what? Supreme Court on Thursday declined a request from Alabama to move forward with the scheduled execution using nitrogen hypoxia. Justice Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, and Neil Gorsuch all dissented. The Alabama Attorney General's office had petitioned the High Court to reverse a federal judge's decision to permanently ban the state from putting Jeffrey Lee to death using the controversial and relatively new execution method that Alabama first introduced in 2024. Lee's legal team said in a statement that his jury voted for his life. What? You've seen the green flash. Absolutely beautiful. Two courts ruled the method unconstitutional. Today, the Constitution prevailed. Now Governor Ivey can finish what the jury started, restore the jury verdict of life without parole. What are you talking about? What? While I'm disappointed the Supreme Court did not allow the state to proceed, I remain committed to ensuring that justice ultimately served to the victims. I don't understand this. What are they talking about? So this guy wasn't sentenced to death by the jury? Critics often note the intentional secrecy around nitrogen hypoxia that keeps inmates and the public from understanding how it works. The known parameters of the procedure involve a gas mask being strapped to the face, who is then forced to inhale pure nitrogen. The lack of oxygen eventually causes death from asphyxiation. That's probably got to be a. Undated photo shows Jeffrey Lee, who was sentenced to death for killing two people during a 1998 robbery at a pawn shop. Lee, who was scheduled to die by nitrogen at 6 p.m. Central Time on Thursday, a spokesperson for the Alabama governor's office told them that before the High Court's decision, the governor remains prepared to move forward with the execution, and the state continues to defend its execution protocols in court. But at the time, it was unclear whether and how the execution could proceed. The application from the Alabama Attorney General's office and his associates made its way to the Supreme Court. On Thursday, they asked the justice to vacate a ruling by District Judge Emily Marks, which barred Alabama from executing Lee using nitrogen. In its unprecedented decision, Marks found the protocol unconstitutionally cruel and in violation of Lee's constitutional rights under the Eighth Amendment. Alabama appealed, arguing executing Lee by firing squad instead of nitrogen gas as his legal team proposed, and Marks accepted in her ruling was not feasible or readily implemented. Why don't just, okay, if they want to be killed by firing squad, just go ahead and do it. Because Alabama does not currently have a protocol in place for it. It also insisted the state's nitrogen protocol was incorrectly characterized as barbaric in the court proceedings that led to Marks' decision, saying inmates quickly lose consciousness. Marks had said in a decision that Lee had shown by preponderance of evidence the protocol constitutes cruel and unusual punishment. On the heel of an appeals ruling, they reversed the earlier decision in which she found the method constitutional. The Monday ruling determined that Alabama's nitrogen protocol posed a substantial risk of serious harm to inmates who likely experience severe air hunger and corresponding emotional distress. They fucking die. What do you mean by distress? Risk of serious harm. They're getting killed. What do you mean by serious harm? They're getting killed. How is that not serious harm? What the fuck is going on here? Lee has been incarcerated on the state's death row for over 2 decades. The jury that presided over his case voted 7-2 for Lee to receive a lifetime prison sentence rather than face the death penalty, but the trial judge overruled them. That practice, called judicial override, landed many inmates on Alabama's death row before it was outlawed in 2017. So wait a minute. So there was only 9 people? Wait a minute. 9? There was only 9 people on the jury? I thought there had to be 12 people on the jury especially for capital cases. What is going on? The international human rights leaders have condemned nitrogen as experimental. Alabama tested on an inmate who previously survived multiple botched attempts to execute him by lethal injection. Now, 8 inmates have been put to death using nitrogen in the U.S., including Alabama and Louisiana. Witnesses who observed those executions later shared unnerving and at times horrific accounts. Moaning, thrashing. Several of them recall the inmates' distress while on for at least several minutes before they seemed to lose consciousness. During the most recent nitrogen gas execution, witnesses said inmate Anthony Boyd gasped, shook, and heaved for some 15 minutes before he stopped moving. But Alabama had consistently defended its nitrogen gas protocol as effective and humane. The default execution method has also faced scrutiny in Alabama after multiple bundled execution attempts. An upcoming series of legal claims challenging the nitrogen method is set to go to trial in 2027. Just kill them by firing squad then. They kill animals in my local pound through compression. Can we use that? What? What do you mean compression? Well, like in a fucking... What are you talking about compression? Please don't tell me you're talking about they just squish them. What? Yeah. Supreme Court denies Alabama's request to use nitrogen gas. See, this, I think, Supreme Court nixes Alabama's request for nitrogen execution. Then we got this story, very interesting. So they have a compression chamber. Decompression? Wow. Man arrested for stabbing teenage girl in the back of the neck in Burnley. Armed officers rushed to Wood Street in Briarfield following reports of a knife attack, and a 30-year-old man is now in custody. The man has been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder of a 17-year-old girl that was stabbed in Burnley. The teenager is receiving hospital treatment after suffering a stab wound to the back of the neck in Briarfield, Lancashire, on Friday afternoon. Lancashire police were called to Wood Street following the assault. Armed officers were dispatched to the scene in a town near Nelson, where the 30-year-old man was arrested shortly after their arrival. Her injuries are not believed to be life-threatening. Witnesses reported significant police presence in the areas. A Lancashire police spokesman said, "We were called to the area to report of a stabbing. It was reported a 17-year-old girl had been assaulted and suffered a stab injury to her neck." Oh, a stab injury to her neck. What's up, Margie? How you doing? I didn't even see you here earlier tonight. Thanks for being here. I'm hoping compression was a typo. They meant compassion. No, she's saying yes, they do suffer. Wow. I didn't see Marjorie here earlier. Sorry. So this is more instances of migrants, or whatever you want to call them, foreigners, invaders, attacking native-born people. Some of them attended to a 30-year-old man was arrested. Force say additional patrols will remain to reassure the residents. They added, "We know that this will cause alarm in the community, and extra patrols will provide reassurance." Sucking the air out of a tank that has animals inside, just like the pilots who pass out at high altitude. Detectives have appealed for witnesses and anyone with CCTV and dash cam footage to come forward. This is more. Anyone with information. Alternatively, they can be passed anonymously to Crime Stoppers. Enquiries remain. Wouldn't it be inquiries? Why are they enquiries? Why is England weird like that? Enquiries. It should be inquiries with an I, not enquire. You inquire. The incident comes just days after Manchester school was put on lockdown following a stabbing by a student. 3 people were injured in an attack, a 14-year-old, a 14-year-old girl, boy, and a 27-year-old member of staff. All 3 were taken to hospital. A pupil at the Co-op Academy at Plant Hill Road was arrested by Greater Manchester Police. The Acquirer? Yeah, I don't know. Counterterrorism officers are leading the investigation. Counterterrorism officers. What does that mean? A Muslim. And then we got this story. Remember this story? You guys remember this story? Remember this girl that was like, get away from me, get away from me? Well, look at this is the brother, sister that were, doing stuff. So Bulgarian siblings to be sentenced after conviction for assaulting the Scottish girl who went viral for wielding an axe and a knife to defend her sister. That's right, people. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like and subscribe to the channel. Like and subscribe to the channel. Would have been nice if some of those people that were here earlier liked and subscribed. Would have been really nice if they would have liked and subscribed. There was all these people. There was 600 people here. It was over 600 people, or 616. There was. That's amazing to me. We had 616 people in the chat, live viewers. If only half of them would have subscribed, that would have been great. Saw the video of the stabbing, was glad it was not as bad as it looked. Had another link, but it was of the Walker cockholster faggot mayor of London condemning Belfast protests. Okay. Fuck that guy. Fuck that guy. So this girl, yeah. A Bulgarian migrant brother and sister faced sentencing in Dundee, Scotland, after they were found guilty of attacking a group of teen girls aged 12 to 14. He's a wanker, yes. You liked and subscribed? Well, thank you. Thank you for like and subscribe. After the siblings attacked the girls, the brother, Ilila Belov, filmed the girls. Belov can be heard telling the girls, show the knife, show the knife. That's the show the knife. He pulled the knife from her waist, an axe from her waistband following the assault. The CCTV video of the incident debunked the initial claims from the Bulgarian siblings that they had been threatened by the girls. After the verdict, the mother of one of the girls said they were telling the truth and they were slandered. There were too many lies at the start, so I'm glad it all came out. She went on to say that it was heartbreaking to see her daughter being dragged about on the CCTV footage. A prosecutor asked Belov, you were the adult in the situation. You could have just walked away, couldn't you? You're right. I needed to know why they were disrespecting me for no reason. The court heard that he made sexual remarks at the girls. In a reply, they said he was a creep. So he's got a problem with being disrespected. I wonder if he'd have a problem with being disremembered. No. Or dismembered, whatever. Cash App. Hello. Oh. Oh, we got, looks like we got a 20 from Christine Dorr. And then another 20. I want Dune gone. He's a freak. There we go. Says, I want Dune gone. He's a freaking sewer rat. And another 20 says, for Loomer's fund, Trump Save America passing with Dune. Okay. So we got double. We got. And another one. Thank you. So that's $40 off. So that means, oh, that was the wrong thing. I'm sorry. So that means we are $49 away now. Just $49 away from adding a third additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. Right? Good. Yeah. Wow. Thank you so much, Christine, for the double. Christine did it. Doc says, Jimmy may need to update his favorite meme. Okay, and I got to look at what this is. Ah, interesting. Videos of the girls holding her weapons in a defensive posture went viral, with some villainizing her while others praised her as a hero. The girl was initially charged. A video of the incident, as filmed by the brother, showing her holding the axe knife, looking extremely upset. In the background, one of the girls could be heard shouting, "Don't touch my little sister. She's 12. The 14-year-old girl was arrested after branching an axe while screaming at a migrant to stay away from her younger sister.
Yes, you have a knife.
Fucking wealthy. You're fucking bad against
Why are you fucking with us?
These are fucking kid bastards.
Show the knife. Show the knife. Show the knife.
Get away from her.
Show the knife. Show the knife.
Don't touch her.
That's it. That's it. Show the knife. Show the knife. That's it.
Don't fucking touch my little sister. She ain't fucking 12. When's her fucking touching me? She is fucking 12 and you just battered me, mate. When's her fucking touching me?
Yeah, show the knife. Maracha.
Don't touch her gun to me. Don't touch her.
That last got to be an heir to Wallace. You ain't kidding. Yeah. Save up a short, fast subroutine and the most interesting news stories to blast through when the newbies enter the channel chat. I try. I tried to go really fast tonight. I did. Shades of Boudica. Yeah. Boudica. Get the ferals fixed. The mysterious disappear after that. Show the knife. Then claim is a religious one. Yeah. Yeah, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that Scottish people are religiously allowed to carry a dirk. I believe. Anyway, she has more balls than half the men in Britain. Yeah. Why not try fentanyl overdose? That's what I don't understand. Why don't they just give them an overdose of like fentanyl or something? Why don't they just give them and they just OD and go out? They just go, like they'll basically, right? Because if it's like heroin or something, they're going to just pass out and go to sleep, don't they? And then they just die. Aren't guns sacred in the U.S.? Yes. Yeah, we need to say like, like the St. Brown, the Church of John Browning. That's what I'm talking about. Sister Najizi Belova admitted to assaulting one of the girls, just 13 years old. So there's these two people were like 21, 22 and 20, and they assaulted 12 and 13-year-old girls. Her brother said the girls said mean things to him before he attacked them, and that one of them had a knife in her waistband. "Hello, sexy, I'll show you a good time," he said to the girls while walking through the Lucky neighborhood. Yeah, he should have been. My religion requires me to carry a 9mm as a minimum. Last meal, all the drugs they want. There you go. High-speed rock throwers, lead rocks. There you go. The girls, the court heard, called him a creep, so he turned and followed them to confront them, calling his sister as he did so. He claimed that he was being disrespected. The girls, he told the court, started panicking as he followed them. At the time, after the video went viral, he claimed that he was completely innocent and that he did not attempt to touch or harm the girls. The court found that his sister assaulted one of them and pushed her to the ground, who then pulled a knife and axe from her waistband. The girls told the court that he did so only after Belov assaulted her. Prior to the assault, her sister shouted at Belov and his sister, and the girl's friend pulled the sisters away. Belov, however, pursued them and pushed her and threw her sister to the ground. Oh, Jim kills me with the soundboard. Sorry. Game over, man. Game over. And now you know why Jesus comes and ends all flesh. She told the court she tried to go after Belov's sister, but was pushed and she fell, hitting her head on a ramp. The girls also noted Belov said that he was a migrant, apparently, and said a curse word. Belov is not a Scottish name. I am entirely satisfied that I have proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the trigger for all this were the comments that you made, said Sheriff Tim Niven Smith, over his claims of self-defense. Yeah, the sheriff should have put him down. Look at this. Asylum seeker Shiraz Malik jailed for 14 years over Nottinghamshire Park rape. Oh, what do you know? Another one. Oh. London, Belfast unrest as a racist mob. Well, I got news for you. You think you might be gay. Yeah. Nigerians flee South Africa amid anti-migrant protests as some 1,000 seek repatriations. This story's crazy. California McDonald's boss breaks his silence after a co-worker scalded him with boiling hot oil. This is like attempted murder. Like, how did he get the oil? Where did he get the oil from? Like, I don't get it. Illegals coming in by way of Bulgaria, a little galaxy. That's right. Little galaxy over there. This is crazy. Notice they lightened up this photo so much you can barely see the shadow of his head on the wall. Yeah. The franchise owner association did not respond for requests for comment on whether this counts as a hostile work environment. Yeah, but coworkers could be here, he thought. French fry machine. What I'm saying, he threw a basket of fries on him. No, they said it was hot oil. So, I mean, where did the oil come from? That's what I'm saying. How did he get the oil out of the fryer? I thought they're like, I'm pretty sure McDonald's are all like, they're all electronic. They just boop, they go down, and they automatically come up, and then they dump them. They like how did he get the oil? McDonald's boss breaks his silence after coworker scalded him with boiling hot oil. One of the hardest things in my life to recover from. The manager of a California McDonald's restaurant is lucky to be alive. Speaking out for the first time since a coworker threw scorching hot oil at him after a shift. Jacob Smith, 20, suffered third-degree burns on his face, neck, hands, and shoulder after the attack. He's currently receiving specialized treatment at UC Davis Medical Center. Cokehead worker? Maybe. I think the drain, they were draining it out. Yeah. Oh my God. I mean, why be silent about it? Why break silence? I don't know. One of those fry scoops would hold enough oil. Well, you're right. Yeah, one of them scoopers maybe to grab the oil and. Yeah. In a TikTok video, the fast food employee said he was very, very thankful for everyone who supported him after he was attacked with the scalding hot oil. It's been very painful, but I'm very thankful. Everyone blew up the GoFundMe. Very blessed. Police say the attack happened May 30th when Smith's coworker, 23-year-old Jelani Bluette, allegedly threw the oil. Following the incident, Bluette was reported missing before authorities located him days later and took him into custody. Smith's mother, Amber Smith, started a fundraiser for her son and nearly reached $200,000 to help with living expenses and medical costs while he's unable to work. I wonder if they salted him. Yeah. A few drops of super hot oil is enough. Yeah. One of those bonuses of multiculturalism. Yeah. Respect is earned, not doing respectful things, not from fear of harm. Yeah. Yeah, they lightened up his picture. You couldn't see how dark he is. At just 20 years old, Jacobs worked hard to build a future for himself. He engaged to be married and always been responsible. This unexpected tragedy has created a major setback at a time he should be looking forward to building a life and planning his future. As his mother broke his heart, looked at me, why would he do this to me? I want to help him, not worry about his day-to-day finances, how to make ends meet. The 20-year-old's undergone multiple surgeries, including a skin graft. That's the kid right there. This is the kid that happened to. Wow. Bluette was booked in the Sutter County jails facing several charges, including battery causing serious bodily injury, assault with a deadly weapon. He's expected in Sutter Superior Court on Friday. And it's unclear at the time what led to the attack. I get a couple words. Racism, probably. If he knew he would get scalded with hot oil, if he scalded another person, he would have never done it. Yeah, so that maybe he should get scalded with hot oil. Maybe that's what we need to go back to, like, punishment should fit the crime type of thing. Oh, you scalded him with hot oil? You get scalded with hot oil. Would he have thrown the oil if the manager was black is the question. Probably not. Probably not. Probably not. Probably not. That's what I'm thinking. Nigerians flee South Africa amid anti-migrant protests as some 1,000 seek repatriation. Huh. Why would the blacks not want to be in South Africa? Is it that bad in South Africa that the blacks don't want to be there? The scoops are open top and bottom. Use them many a time. Maybe if you took the top off the salt shaker, dumped the salt, and threw the oil in that. Yeah, I don't know. Slow hydraulic. Drawing and quartering for murder. Yeah. Nigeria is the latest African nation to begin repatriating its citizens from South Africa following anti-immigration protests. Some 268 Nigerians landed in Lagos this week after leaving Johannesburg, following what the BBC calls a rise in anti-migrant sentiments. Well, what? Wait till you read why I am multi-minds on this story. Many of those heading home have been legal residents in South Africa. South Africa. They have been weeks of violent anti-immigrant protests. Those who are going home are doing so voluntarily due to the violence. Weeks of anti-migrant protests in South Africa have led to the successful remigration of other African nations. Many black South Africans are demanding foreigners get out, blaming them for taking jobs, sending money.
Nigeria has become the latest country to evacuate citizens from South Africa after weeks of violent anti-immigrant protests. More than 260 Nigerians have now been flown back to Lagos on a first repatriation flight. The unrest, driven in part by unemployment above 30%, has seen attacks targeting foreign nationals, prompting similar evacuations by Ghana, Malawi, and Zimbabwe. South African officials say those returning were in the country illegally, but Nigeria disputes that, insisting many were living and working there lawfully. More than 1,000 Nigerians have now registered for voluntary return, highlighting the scale of the crisis.
Wow. CBC won't be playing this? Probably not. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa appeared to back the protests and announced plans to crack down on illegal migration. I suggest all migrants all over the world should stay put where they are for a long time. That's right. Migraine with aura kicking in, so my typing will be a bit more fun. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Those who hire illegal migrants will be jailed under the new measures, and immigration courts are being formed to increase the speed by which migrants can be expelled from the country. Yeah, do you think these countries like South Africa or any other country in the world has the hoops, and all the crap you have to go through to kick people out that shouldn't be there? I bet you they just go, what? You're not supposed to be here. Get the fuck out. That's probably what they do in South Africa. They go get them, and they just take them to the border and just kick them out. Ah, crap. Forgot to end it on Instagram. Damn it. We hit 4 hours, and I forgot to end it on Instagram. Instagram. Well, hello. Hello there. The U.S. is winning 3-0 with Paraguay. What highlight does Fox Sports have on now? When Paraguay scores. Yes, of course they do, because they're racist. Nigerian IQ is 84. South African IQ is 94. Oh, I see the difference. South Africa has to explain why they're failing if their white devil is no longer there. Jim needs an Instagram timer. Yes, I do. I do. Batman. About 1,000 Nigerians are seeking to be repatriated to their home country as South Africa unemployment rate rocket past 30%. There's been protest marches in the southernmost African nation and what some have called xenophobic attacks. About 10% of the South African population is migrants. Abike Dabribi Arewa, head of Nigerian's Diaspora Commission, said Those returning home would be transported to areas across the 36 states of Nigeria and will be given financial aid as well as a mobile phone credit. Mobile phone credit. You just scored again, 4-1. Legal immigrants all out. Come back legally, another life. Crazy gangs always warring on each other since time started. Yep, that's right. Always warring. I'm leaving because of conditions they're giving us here. They say we must leave on our own before June 30. Because stay away, they are killing people, killing our brothers. I'm not safe. A Nigerian who gave his name as Justin to BBC. He said, attack and taxi. I've been to South Africa since 98. Xenophobia is base. Just ask Japan and Poland. Ireland is returning to it. Thank God. Thank God. A mother of 3 children said that she had been attacked. I was personally attacked in my business premises, but after everything I called police, the police helped me. She went on to say, you can't even walk around freely. You'll be scared, and children are scared. That's the main reason I came back, because of the children. Think of the children. Think of the children. China sells a lot of machetes. Machetes. Is that it? That's the story? Huh. That's the story? That's the story. This is the story of a lovely lady. Reason 1 trillion why we should tax the rich, this clown says. Zoran, the commie Mendami. And he says, first they came for the communists, and I said nothing because I was refueling the Starship. That's right. That's right. Commie Mendami doesn't care. I know no one cares, but it is America, so I shared. I care. I care about everything, Joe. I'm a very caring individual. Caring is sharing, they say. That's what they say. Let me see here. There we go. What's this say? DHS confirms to us that 3 men arrested in Connecticut sex sting operation for trying to meet minors, all right, for sex, are illegal aliens who were released into our country by the Biden administration. What do you know? Bruno Medina Mendoza from Peru. Jorge Escobar Quespe from Peru. And Raul Chavez Castro, Colombia. ICE has lodged a detainer request and are asking Connecticut sanctuary politicians not to release them back onto the streets. Hey, thanks for being back. Is that show even on anymore? I don't know. Care Snare, the Care Bear Stare. That's right. The World Cup isn't happening in LA right now, is it? I don't know. Oh, no. The Brady Bunch song is going to be stuck in my head. The Brady Bunch. The Brady Bunch. Here's a story of a lovely lady who had 3 lovely children of her own. And one day she met unmasking this on X has the soon Stafford story. Okay. I will look for it. Just for you, I will look for it. What is it again? Unmask the cis. I don't see it. I'm looking. All right, here I'm going to do this real quick just so you know I'm not ignoring you. So here I'm going to do this. I just want to point out something. I always thought the Brady father wore a wig. Well, he used to wear a beard. That doesn't look what I was looking at. This doesn't look like what you were looking at. This is unmasking the cis. This is what you said. Unmask the cis. And this says, because I'm gonna tell you right now, this is this guy right here. His name is Edward Snowden. This is Edward Snowden. This is the guy who's in Russia right now because he leaked a whole bunch of stuff. So if this is the story you're talking about. It's like this just dropped. It's kind of massive. Trump win. Edward Snowden is coming home a free man. Oh, well, never mind. This isn't clemency. It's a straight up middle finger to the Obama crew. All right. Let me try find what you're talking about. Just drop powerhouse move. I mean, this is this guy on Mass Assist. I don't know. Oh, June 10th. I mean, where was this story? Entire staff putting bullets because a former staffer, Rhino, John Thune, resigned and told Gus that blew the whistle on his old boss, is gleefully stonewalling every single one of President Trump's nominees. Yes, I know Edward Snowden. That's like what I was looking at, and the other one didn't. Okay. So John Thune, our staffer for Thune, resigned. Going to blow the whistle, blocking Trump's appointments. The ex-aide said Thune goes on vocal daily tirades against Trump behind closed doors. He's working hand in hand with Chuck Schumer. The first America First agenda, and even they're trying to tank America First agenda. After everything we've seen from these latest establishment holdouts protecting their own power and the expense of 80 million voters who put Trump back in the White House. Mitch McConnell's ghost and stay in the swamp's good graces. Patriots, what kind of consequences student face? I mean, this is just some guy writing this, though. I mean, this is not like a story. Like, I mean, this is just some guy on the internet writing this. I mean, I could write a story. I mean, no offense to anybody, but I mean, you need backup. You need other things to come forward for this. ICE lodged a detainer request and asked these people not to release them. Mendoza has a criminal history that includes arrest for assault and child neglect, while Castro's criminal history includes an arrest for disturbing the peace. Yeah, I agree. You do need to look some kind of evidence to back things up, but it was also on Laura Loomer. Oh, it's on Laura Loomer too? Okay, let me look for Laura Loomer. I mean, but Laura Loomer is... Let me look for Laura Loomer. Here's Laura Loomer, the Donroe Doctrine. Secretary of State Rubio watches as Team USA closes on a first World Cup win. Ron DeSantis. I mean, Laura Loomer posts a lot of shit. I mean... I don't see it here. Anyway, I don't see it here. Sorry, I don't see it there. I'm looking. I was just looking down her page. The newspaper, the New York Times, and Washington Post. That's just people writing stuff too. I don't believe what they say. No, I'm just saying, but I have to find something. I have to find something besides just somebody writing an article, like some kind of evidence. Like, where's the guy then? Where's the whistleblower? Where's the stuff? That's what I'm saying. That's what I need, something like that to be able to say that it's true. No, I know. I'm just saying I don't know anything. Like, I need something that I can back up and say, like, this is where I got the information from. According to Grok, the information regarding Edward Snowden returning home is fake news. Yeah. So these are the people that are raping kids, and they're inviting them, let them in. Kid rapers. Wow, this chick. Something about her makes me want to give her a little chirper. Wells Fargo shut down my bank accounts when I was 17 hours away from home with no other way to pay for anything. I was stranded. They sent my entire bank account and savings to loss prevention, mailing me a check a month later. Even today, the Wells Fargo refuses to cash checks I bring in from clients. When I tried to open a business account, they kept letting the application expire to indirectly refuse doing business with me. I'm very happy to see that there's finally an investigation into Wells Fargo and the corruption going on within these big banks. I mean, this is crazy that they could just do this to you. Sorry, but my ADHD is messing with me. Elon just created 4,400 millionaires in a single day. 400 of them are now worth over 100 million. That's crazy, isn't it? Isn't that nuts? Stock market doubled on us. It's quite crazy, didn't it? I wish I was one of them too. Yeah. This is just crazy. Wells financial blacklisting. Wells Fargo shuts down GOP Senate candidate Lauren Witzke's bank account. Department of Justice is intensifying scrutiny of some of the largest financial institutions over allegations that customers were denied banking services or debanked. U.S. Attorney Office Bureau reported issuing subpoenas for JP Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo, and Bank of America. Investigators are seeking information on account closures, customer offboarding decisions, and internal records explaining why certain individuals or businesses were deemed denied access to banking services. I think we know why, because they're controlled by the left. That's why. The left controls them. There are no coincidences. Check it out. No coincidences. HUD has suspended fraud-filled LAHSA's funding. That's right. White House fraud task force will not allow taxpayer dollars to fuel homeless industrial complex. I'll see what I can find on Doomsnapper. Maybe have it by tomorrow. Yeah, go ahead. You can always email it to me, Christine. You can email it to me. If you find something. The more you charge people, someone has to get rich. That's right. Imagine how wild it would be had they not halted trade on this as it opened. We had an order in and couldn't buy. Oh, man. August 2023, LAHA could not determine whether it used funding to pay for empty hotel rooms. They failed to record when individuals exited transitional motel housing. November, the auditor controller found that they misused government money. They used it to pay for another government funder's contract. This was weeks before the grant received funds to cover the particular cost. During an assessment, they failed to provide documentation to verify the existence of nearly 2,300 housing sites for which it was responsible. They made false certifications. They did not have internal written policies, conflict of interest policies, and they failed to establish required safeguards. Their CEO resigned after violating federal conflict of interest rules by committing more than $2 million in federal funds to her husband's employer. Wow. It's good for the economy. These new millionaires will spend the money in a year. Yeah. Status quo funding failed fraud is going to stop. That's right. Check this out. Despicable trolls post doctored photos showing them urinating on Austin Metcalf's grave. Can you believe this? Can you believe this? Can you believe this? Believe this? This is crazy. That's despicable. It's despicable. Will we get all our ill-gained taxes back? I hope so. Going to drop $5,000 in SpaceX. It's still low enough to make a profit. And if I take a loss, it's a tax write-off. Despicable trolls post doctored photos of them urinating on Austin Metcalf's grave. Ghoulish internet trolls are editing photos of themselves urinating on Austin Metcalf's grave. Yeah, I agree. I concur. Numerous photos show the despicable act surfaced on social media this week after the 19-year-old Carmelo Anthony was convicted Tuesday of first-degree murder in the 2025 stabbing, with some of the photos tagged with the likes of Free Carmelo, Austin Metcalf, or fuck them. I felt a little pissed today, Free Carmelo. Oh. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. I have a video of it. I have a video of it too. I want to show you. So yeah, so the vile urinating photos gained widespread attention on social media. They claimed that these individuals were BLM activists. However, there's no indication that any individuals' accounts were associated with the Black Lives Matter organization. You see how they twist it up and say this stuff like crazy? Each photo showed individuals standing what appeared to be Metcalf's grave. They appear to be part of a wider movement that believes the prosecution was racist. Two high schoolers clashed. Not really. There wasn't really a clash. Anthony was quickly arrested, claimed self-defense. Well, compounding the issues of racial makeup would include white, Asian, Hispanic people, but no black people. Oh, is it somewhere in the Constitution that says it has to be black people on the jury? Does it say that somewhere? Anthony was found guilty of first-degree murder and landed him a 35-year sentence. Instead of the lighter term they would have gotten of second-degree murder manslaughter. He should have got a lot more than that, really. 35 years wasn't shit. But yeah, I have a video here. Show you. There's video of him doing it. Ready?
Oh, what the hell? No! Get off me! Help! Somebody help me!
Wow. That's what happens. Don't piss on graves. That's what happens, man. That's what happens when you fuck around. You find out. Straight to hell, right? That's what they took him, Wheezy Bob. Straight to hell, boy. He goes in straight to hell, boy. What you doing there, boy? Got a couple other good ones here. Oh, this is a good one right here. Ready? Alex Jones is seen lying again. We know what happened to Humpty Dumpty, right?
Trump ordered the Epstein cover-up. Hell, he went public and said, don't look at it, you're not MAGA. Weeks after I said, I'm told it's Trump doing this, that ordered Bongino.
Well, like AOC has every night, it's huevos for dinner.
Oh.
Trump ordered.
Wow. Wow. There's a Carmelo Anthony supporter. Elon Musk seeing how much money he made on Tesla. Wow. I mean, SpaceX. This is a good one right here. Wow, look at that. Oh, they found, look at Marjorie Taylor Greene's been cited. See? Nah, this is real. Yeah, it's 100 real. If Carmelo gets parole at 17 years, he'll be under 40, a full lifetime ahead of him. How's that fair? It's not. It's not. It's not. The people that train AI underestimate humans. Yeah. Look at her. You should have put some something. All right. There, check it out. Look at, you got one country allowed millions of low IQ migrants to flood in while the other didn't. Be like Poland. Be more like Poland. Look at the difference. What happened to AJ, Meghan, and Tucker? That's the investigation I want. You ain't kidding, man. You ain't kidding. You ain't kidding, Leighton. No. You ain't kidding, Leighton. Mm-hmm. You ain't kidding. Oh. Boo, 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 boo. This is crazy, man. Oh, sorry. Wrong one. What's this? Base Poland, tolerant UK. Look at the difference. The difference. We saw this with Tulsi Gabbard. On that. It was the retardedest. Check us out. It was the retardedest of times. A man armed with a knife tries to kill his family. The family calls 911. The man charges that responding officer with a knife. Police shoot and kill him. The family files a $10 million lawsuit. This is what's going on all over the world, man. All over.
Drop it. Sir, drop it. Stop. Stop.
27-year-old man shot and killed by Chandler police after officers say he charged at them with a knife. I'm Fort Hatchet, and today that man's family filed a lawsuit.
That day, multiple people calling police about 27-year-old Messiah McMillan, including his grandmother, whose security video shows him chasing.
My grandson tried to kill himself. He's trying to kill me. He chased me down with a knife. Please, somebody, please come help my grandson, please.
McMillan's mother also called, telling dispatchers her son was having a schizophrenic episode.
He doesn't need the police. He needs medic.
Okay. So,
the police was freaking out. I know what I'm talking about, sir.
Chandler Police, how you doing?
But the first to arrive were Chandler police officers.
He's yelling. He's gonna kill people.
What are you holding? Sir, drop it.
Stop.
Sir.
Do not keep coming. Stop. Stop.
Stop. Stop.
Attorneys allege officers fired 4 shots, a lawsuit saying they didn't attempt less lethal alternatives or de-escalation.
They don't need to attempt less lethal when the guy's got a deadly fucking weapon. That's not how it works. He can have a family, maybe twin kids. What's I was going to say? His lawyer sucked. I think he got better than he deserved. Yeah, you call the police on someone, you have to understand what can happen. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. It's like the fucking cop that we showed the other night in Vermont or Connecticut or whatever, that the guy was running at him with the knife and the cop shot him and they're charging the cop with shooting him. And
the Maricopa County Attorney's Office has cleared the officers of any criminal wrongdoing.
I want to see justice for my son, and I want to see policy and protocol changed the way they approach a mental health call.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry, but we can't just let. What would have happened if a mental health person showed up and he stabbed him to death? Do these people fucking understand? This is ridiculous. Hey, Morning Doom. Poland looks like paradise. It sure does. It sure does. It sure does. Instead of saying he's trying to kill me, say my grandson suffers from ABC, so police know how to approach. That lawsuit's going nowhere. Yeah, suicide by cop, like hitting the lottery. It's just nuts, man. It's just nuts. Yeah. Only in America is a black industry and know it. Have a black child, wind them up, set them loose on the police, and get rich quick. Wow, that's not cool. Woman stabs a man in the neck while he slept. He dies in his father's arm. 2nd-degree murder. Wow. White man stabs white man in neck. White people not outraged. Wow.
22-year-old Kristen Scully is being charged with murder in the 2nd degree for allegedly stabbing a 28-year-old man in the neck and killing him. Now, according to Nassau County Police, the two knew each other. They say they were in the basement bedroom of the victim in his Massapequa home when the alleged attack occurred. The two were together for several hours prior. The victim was in his bed sleeping when Scully allegedly took a knife she had brought and stabbed him in the neck, puncturing an artery, according to prosecutors. Police say the victim made his way up the stairs for help from his parents and then died in his father's arms on the kitchen floor. 22-year-old Kristen Scully.
Okay. Yeah, she seems like a crazy person. She probably needs to be put somewhere. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Federal judge has refused to a leftist. Yeah, we saw this, to block this. Yeah. Meet Demario Boone, a school resource officer. That means he's a police officer and director of school safety at Peoria Public Schools in Illinois. He went on an unhinged race-based rant online defending Carmelo Anthony after he was found guilty. This man's in charge of the safety of his children, and he's paid with tax dollars. Yeah, this person should immediately be fired. How can any white parent trust the safety of their children to this unhinged racist? What do I tell my 5 boys? Tell them not to murder people, you fucking retard. Yeah, he says, man, this trial hurt my heart, especially being a father and a stepfather of 2 black boys. A young man simply goes under a tent to get out of a storm. 2 other young men yell at him to get out of the tent because he's not part of that track team, literally yelling and talking down to this young man because he wanted him out of the rain. Where did he come up with this shit? The young man felt threatened by their yelling and tells him not to touch him. See what happens. He was non-threatening going to the tent. He didn't start it. 2 others then begin to physical batter, assault the young man. That never happened. The young man pulls out a knife, stabs one. One of the assailants sadly passed away. In a court where the jury never had a young black boy, it took less than 3 hours to label him a murderer. What the fuck? So is there a difference? Is there a different fucking legal standard for black boys than there is for white boys? Change what? He had a knife, charged on a cop, till the cop's condition, maybe a taser is used. You know, what happens if the taser don't work and then he gets to you and stabs you? Then what do? Actions have consequences. They sure do. I mean, this is just nuts what we're living through this world, man. This world is nuts, man. Nuts. Nuts. This world is nuts. I don't even know what's happening in this world. And these people, why do black boys have to be born with different instructions? Don't wear a hoodie. Don't play with a toy gun in a park. Don't jog in the wrong neighborhood. These are all fucking lies, man. All fucking lies. All motherfucking lies, people. All motherfucking lies. Where is... Where is it? Is it not there? Hold on. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Then he gets shot, Jim, but calling 911 saying he's trying to kill me instead of having an episode, that would help. Well, it would. Just wait, Jim. The light will shine on evil. That story might be believable for hundreds of thousands of examples of acting a fool and getting violent. Yeah, you ain't kidding, right? Bella's dreaming. Yeah, blacks seem to have more privilege than whites. Oh, totally. Oh, but this is just nuts. This is just nuts. Why this guy still has a job is beyond me. Yeah. She was carrying a gun in her. Oh, check this out. This woman was carrying a gun in her Arby's holster. Like, I don't know if I can show it because I think it might show a little something, but I want you to see this, all right? I can't show it, but she has a gun stuffed in her Arby's holster, meat pocket, the JJ. It's in there, all right? And like, you can see her pulling it out, all right? She's pulling it out. You see her, all right? You see her hand it to him. Ready? You see her hand the gun. She got it out of there and hands it to him. Like, it was up in there. It was up inside there. She's getting it out. All right. That's crazy, right? That's crazy. Now that would cause blistering. I'm wondering if that was the report we saw of the woman with severe blisters on her thing. Jim Soros and WF is what's happened to the world. Couple that with the 3 generations of brainwashing our kids, and there you go. It's frightening. It is. I don't care if you're autistic or schizophrenic. If you charge people with a knife, they have the right to kill you. These people want to pay out. The sourdough hot pocket. Yeah. That's why even naked people get searched. That's right. That's right. That's right. Hoo-ha. Yeah, but the funny thing is the cop just takes, if she hands it to the cop and he just grabs it with his hand. Like, I'd have been like, put it on the ground, please. I hope it wasn't a Desert Eagle. No, but it looked like it even had it looked like it had an RMR on top of it. You know, one of them miniaturized red dots. That's crazy. That's, ow. I dropped my phone on my foot. I dropped my phone on my foot. That gun is fishy. It is. Yeah, it's very fishy. Very fishy. Very fishy. Uh-huh. The cop raw dog grabs it from her. Uh-huh. 2 American employees of a restaurant in North Carolina say the company stole their identities so that illegal aliens could use them. Can you believe this is happening?
He had worked at the restaurant between January and July of last year, but when he got his W-2, he discovered he now owes taxes on over $20,000 of income he did not work for and has not received. A local tax expert says she's seen this before.
Unfortunately, it is very common. There are people without legal status who work without a social security number.
A second former employee who says she worked at Firebirds from January to November of last year told Huntersville police when she checked the restaurant's system to view her wages, she observed there was a current employee using her name and social security number to be employed there.
That is a police matter. That is a fraud.
Both employees told police their
Okay, why? Someone explain to me why that woman was not speaking English? It seems kind of crazy to me.
addresses and direct deposit account numbers had been changed after they no longer worked there. Channel 9 asked our partners at Telemundo Charlotte to contact the alleged victims because they both primarily speak Spanish, but they declined to comment. We also reached out to Firebirds, which sent us a statement saying we are aware of an investigation by the Huntersville Police Department. The company is cooperating with local law enforcement in its investigation. Given the ongoing nature of the investigation, we are unable to comment further. This tax expert says if you think your information is being used in an unauthorized way, the first thing you should do is contact police to report potential identity theft. That can prevent you from owing tax.
I don't know. This is like AI, but this is weird. Then check this one out. It's been revealed that the black man charged with murdering a father of 5 in Houston was on probation for strangling a family member. The perpetrator, London Hogan, got 5 years probation for assault by strangulation, nearly choking a family member to death, not prison, probation. He's been arrested multiple times and 20 years rap sheet. While free on probation, he carjacked a young boy at gunpoint. The victim's father went to get it back after his son called him for help. Pete, felon on probation, was walking free, murdered a father of 5.
Our hearts are broken today.
Friends and family crowded together, holding hands, holding onto photos, and precious memories of a man they'll dearly miss.
Lewis was everything to everyone. And there's people here that couldn't come because they're so heartbroken. They're still grieving.
Louis Arabia, a husband and father of 5 children, was shot and killed on Saturday. The shooting happening at Airline and the North Loop following a crash. But it all started 15 miles away, according to the Harris County Sheriff's Office on Tidwell in East Harris County. That's where Arabia's son reported that he was carjacked at gunpoint. The Sheriff's Office says Arabia was able to track the stolen vehicle following a short pursuit.
Only one man knows the answer to that question, Rodney. Only one person in the world knows that answer, what it feels like to be a trillionaire. I want to be a trillionaire.
Of the suspects and crash. He was shot and killed.
This is a sad world that we're in. And Luis wasn't going to take these things laying down. When his son called, he sprung into action, as I would.
We need justice for what happened to Luis. Luis is a good man.
Arabia's sister-in-law talked of his deep commitment to his family and to his community. She also spoke about the man charged with his murder.
This should have never happened. Let's be clear. Look at the man's rap sheet.
According to court records, London Hogan was sentenced to 5 years probation in March 2024 for choking his girlfriend, meaning he could remain free under conditions as long as he didn't get into trouble. Last year, though, records show he was arrested for drug possession in Louisiana, accused of planning to distribute drugs at a correctional facility. But he still remained free. And instead of revoking his probation and sending him to finish out his 5-year sentence for his girlfriend's assault, Judge Tivia Bell gave him 30 days in jail. 6 months later, he's charged with murder, and Arabia's family and friends are hurting.
We demand justice. We are a family of first responders. We are law-abiding citizens, and we want the law to serve us. Yes. We don't want it to fail again.
Wow. 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 Oh, well, everybody, unfortunately, it seems like maybe we are done for the evening. We didn't hit the second goal. I gave it an extra 20 minutes after the goal expired, but we didn't make it. So it looks like maybe we're going to call it a night. I am going to send everybody over to Cynic's channel on FFS. All right. I'm going to go join them over there when I leave here. So if you want to continue watching, head over to Cynic's. Tell him I sent you. All right. Tell him you said hi. Make him, he'll be shocked so many people came to see him. But I'm going over there. I'm just going to pee and then I'm going to jump on with them to talk about stupid stuff. So I'll see you all there. I'll see you tomorrow. And what's this, bruh? What's this, bruh? I heard you're a trillionaire. I'm buying Amazon next, bro. Add to cart. Oh, that's funny. There, we'll put this on. Yeah, see. I heard you're a trillionaire now. I'm buying Amazon next, bro. Add to cart. Ah, funny. Funny. Well, thanks, everybody. Oh, I didn't add that to, I didn't have it. Sorry. Didn't have that added to screen. There you go. What's the link? It's going over. I'm forwarding everybody. I'm rating everybody over there. I'm gonna raid everybody over there. All right. I'll put it in the chat too if anyone wants to go. All right. I'll see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow night be a little later, 7, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, somewhere around there. All right. Peace. Come on back for Jim to tell you the news.